Dun 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 dun. Dun 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 dun. Welcome everybody to Let's Paint TV's election map painting, lifetime painting of the map of the United States, painted by going whoever to whoever, wherever. Dun 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 dun. Okay, we're gonna go ahead and first gotta just draw a map of the United States, and so we're gonna do that right now, and then we'll color in the various states. Now, some states are already predetermined, pretty much obviously already mapped out to being as such, so we're not going to worry about those so much. But it will be crucial, some of them, somewhere down the line, the ones we don't know about. So right now I'm just going to do a drawing, a line drawing of the map of the United States. Dun 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 dun. Bum bum. All right, let's get the chat room open if anyone wants to watch this. All right, let's go ahead and keep going here with this. All right, let's do a map of the United States first. Let's do that. Here we go. Here we go. Here we go. That's the four corners. Bum, 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 bum. Decision 2008. No, wait. No, it's Decision 2020. Okay, there's the panhandle there. I'm somehow screwing this up. No, I got it. That's Oklahoma, and that's Texas. Texas. And Oklahoma's here. Oklahoma kind of looks a little small, but that's all right. We'll just have to go with it. He's kind of small. Okay, oh, Colorado. Let's get Colorado. Colorado goes into the panhandle a little bit. Okay, Colorado, okay. That's Colorado. Kansas, that's Kansas. That's the Mississippi here. That's the Mississippi. Da 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 da. And then we just got these, the Nebraska, South Dakota, North Dakota. Okay. All right. Okay, now the eastern side is going to be a little more smaller and a little more confusing, and I'll probably screw it up, but let's just keep it going. Well, let's get Alaska over here too, and Hawaii. Okay. Now let's try. Let's get Louisiana. When has Louisiana ever gone for the Democrats? Well, I mean, probably way back in the 60s and stuff, huh? that's the. Okay, let's see. Southerners, they switched allegiance. It's Tennessee over here. That's Tennessee. And North Carolina goes all the way out to the end. North Carolina, Tennessee. Tennessee. Got a little red wine going. Okay, that's North Carolina, Tennessee. I guess that's Arkansas. Next to Oklahoma, yeah. Okay, oh, Mississippi. From Tennessee you go down for Alabama and Mississippi, and a little bit of Florida also. That's just going to be red. It's already painted red on this map I'm using. Not a chance. They say that it's kind of possible that I heard, you know, they're a little concerned about Florida or even Georgia possibly. This is Georgia right there. This is Georgia. Uh-oh, did I just screw that up? Nah, not so much. Let's see. South Carolina goes here. I kind of screwed that up, didn't I? Let's see. What the hell? I screwed that up. All right, that's all right. We'll fix it. Let's see. That thing came down here like this. There. That's South Carolina. This is Georgia. There's some ocean on Georgia. Not a lot. And then Florida down here. Okay, so we kind of screwed that up, but that's okay. It's part of the battle. Okay, so then yeah, embrace failure. That's right. Okay, let's go up to Kentucky. Okay, that's Arkansas. Wait, let's do Missouri. We kind of made Missouri big. That's okay. And then that's Iowa, and then Minnesota. Yeah, it's cool. Is Michigan's got a weird thing going on with it. It's kind of divided by the. I guess it's the water is divided. Or how is it that Michigan has that little area up there? Okay, this is Wisconsin. Halfway down. Okay, Illinois. Okay, that's Arkansas. Missouri. Oh, this is Illinois. Kind of screwed that up, but that's all right. That's Illinois. And this is Indiana. Somehow. Don't forget about Kentucky, which is in some ways kind of forgettable, I guess. Politically, it's kind of okay, now it's getting. Wait. Oh, okay. In Indiana, and then this is Michigan. And this is the Great Lakes. Oh, I got the Indiana. Oh, it goes into Ohio. This is Ohio. Let's see, this is the part that gets tricky. Okay, Michigan up here. Ooh, this is Ohio. I mean, this is Illinois. Illinois cuts into Wisconsin, make it Wisconsin a little bigger. And then there's a little area here that's actually Michigan. It's kind of weird. They should just give that area to Wisconsin, don't you think? Okay, now it's getting even more trickier because it's just hard to get these little states going inside there, but we'll see what we can do here. Well, they're not going to flip. At some point, they're all going to go one way or the other. They don't. I mean, there's no flip states at the end. At the end, that's it. Okay, let me see. Let's see. Okay, so that's Michigan. This is Ohio. Ooh, Kentucky. Kentucky is this guy. Virginia is this guy. Virginia. Okay, Virginia. They already said Virginia is blue. They've already pretty much said it. And then they say West Virginia is already red. Okay, so then West Virginia's right here. This is West Virginia. And it's kind of next to Kentucky. And Kentucky's going to be red too, yeah. They basically said that's red too. So how are we going to fit in? Wait, do I have? That is Kentucky there. Wait. Oh, wait, that's Indiana. This is Kentucky. Okay, we'll just put you there. That's it. More like that. Yeah, more like that. Okay, more like that. Kind of works. Okay, and then, so then this is Ohio. All right, Ohio. Pennsylvania is just above all this stuff. That's Pennsylvania. And New York. Okay, New York. I don't know what those little that's New Jersey. That's New Jersey there, hugging Pennsylvania. And I don't know. That's like, I think that's Maryland. Okay, so small now it doesn't matter. They're gonna go blue anyway, most likely. Okay. So then this one, I don't know what you are, New Hampshire or Vermont or something like that. Okay, and then Maine is this top guy up at the top. So we got the map in. Now we just got to color it in. But I still got a few little guys here, little doodads that we could try to get, like Rhode Island and whatever. I can't even. Delaware. They're going to be blue though. And I got it all wrong up there. But we did do the map. I did a map for the most part. Okay. Now this is the fun part, is to color it in. Yes, it's watercolor. Yes, it is. And what we'll do next is I'm just going to now color in the obvious spots that are blue and the obvious spots that are green, red and blue. Then from there on, there's some yellow ones that are the map that says that those are toss-up states. They don't know yet. So, but if they're going to figure out probably Florida in the next hour or two, and if that, well, anyway. Who knows? Okay, so let's put some fresh colors down here. Get some red going. And some blue. Bum, 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 bum. That's not really is that a good blue? Kinda. Let's get a more of an ultramarine blue, I think. Decision 2020. Dun 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 dun. Let's give you some fresh blue. Here we go. Okay. Let's fill it in. Let's fill in the reds. Then we'll go with then we'll go to the blues, yeah? Either way. And we might screw up. We might get the wrong state, the wrong color, all that stuff. That'll be fun. Okay, this is Alaska over here. They pretty much think that they're everyone assuming that that's going to be a done deal for the Republicans. Right. There's a little island there. Get that little island. There's a lot of little islands there. Okay, that's enough. Okay, Idaho. That's an obvious Republican stronghold. Put that in there. Okay, and obviously Utah, Republican. They don't know about Colorado yet. That's still up in the air. Colorado. Wyoming is going to be, that's a given for the Republicans. Montana also, apparently, they claim that's going to be straight up Republican, which is, I don't know. I guess because I know someone from Montana, or at least partially from Montana. Or, anyway, there are some liberal type of people up there, but I guess not enough to ever win the state. But I think they actually sometimes have Democratic, Congress people and governors in there. But guess they're just not going to get around to ever voting for a Democrat president anytime soon. Let me get some fresh water. This water's kind of murky. Let's chuck it. right? Louisiana has a Democratic governor. Isn't that crazy? I think that's fascinating. So there could be a possibility that maybe, that they would vote for a Democratic president, but it sure doesn't seem like any time. It's just every time I've looked into this, every 4 years, it's just no. Okay, be right back. So Louisiana has actually 200,000 more registered Democrats. Well, that's the crazy thing, right? Is that we have more liberal, or I wouldn't say liberal, but we have more registered Democrats, and they tend to be more liberal, and they tend to be more I guess, conscious, about various things about humanity and stuff like that, and yet they don't find a way to vote. Or also, I think there's a lot of manipulation on the vote, and so I don't mean, they say, oh, your vote, I don't know if the votes are getting counted either. That's entirely possible. Now, there's a chance actually in Nebraska, which is this one here, you can actually get one of the electoral votes is up for grabs, so it might not be solid red. But I'll come back in and fix that. If I make a mistake, I can fix it. But this is kind of already been predetermined, these particular states that I'm coloring in red. These guys are already done. These are done deals. Oklahoma. I would be surprised if Texas was not red either, right? Or Florida, for that matter. But that's still in play, I guess. I honestly, I'm not really sure what's going to happen, but I'm not going to be surprised if Trump wins, frankly. I hope that that's not the case, but it could very well be the case.
I'm not going to cry over it. I know a lot of people will, but that's just the way it is, you know. Maybe there was some cheating going on. Maybe people's votes were not counted. I don't know. That's entirely possible. But if you're not, you know, they're gonna go second guessing. But they're not that excited about the. You know, they're going to be Monday morning quarterbacking here, going, well, okay. I'm already assuming that the Democrats have lost. All right, I shouldn't be thinking that. I'm just preparing myself. I don't know what's going to happen. Okay, that's South Carolina. They pretty much certain that that's going to be, and also Tennessee. That's a given. I can't paint Kansas red yet. They got it. This is CNN. They have assumed that Kansas is red. But if I make a mistake, that's all right. I can fix it. I'll just have to go back over it. You know, embrace the failure. Okay, and this is Indiana. And that's a foregone conclusion. Indiana is very conservative, and you can see how they're right up against Kentucky there. So that's Kentucky, Indiana, Tennessee, Mississippi. I don't get it though. Okay, so they're conservative, but it sounds like, or it gives off, I get the impression, you know, it's kind of, it also seems like that could be kind of racist as much as, you know, okay, you're conservative, but you also might be racist too. There's that element. To what extent, maybe not everybody is, but you know, you do start to wonder that there is a racial element, racist element. Okay, so those are all the reds that are kind of shown to be like that's going to happen. They're not even going to question it. There's not even a question of like, hey, this is going to be it. Okay, so now let's we'll go do the blues. Well, that's what we're going to have if we have a continuation of this presidency. You're going to have to deal with this nonsense for another 4 years. Though, you know, we haven't been dragged into any war yet, at least that we know of. So, though it seems like he's kind of hinting that he wants to go to war with China, which would be that would be a great move, wouldn't it? All right, California, you're not gonna turn this one red ever. So it's going blue. Paint that in all, and Oregon and Washington are also blue forever. They'll never switch that back. Well, maybe they would. I don't know. Maybe Oregon actually. Who knows? I'm no expert on this stuff. I'm just painting it. I'm painting what I'm seeing, as you can tell. Schaefer, what's going on? Were you in? So what were you doing? Were you in Did you go to Bixby? Did you go to Bixby? I know you like Bixby. Did you see a lot of Trump signs, or did you see a lot of Biden? I don't know. I mean, the weird thing is that it just seems like there's a lot of people running around parading for their support for Trump, and there's not much people, there's just not that many people running around parading about Biden. And so, with that in mind, you start to go, well, maybe that's it, All right, whatever. All right, okay. Had an art show in Tempe. Nice. What was it? What was your sense in Arizona? Because that's like a battleground state. Were you feeling like it could be going for Biden and all? But I'm not so sure. Thing is, they have a senator race, and that guy, the astronaut guy, is kind of an unlikable guy. He's kind of likable. Okay, apparently New Mexico is also a blue state. They wrote it down. I don't know. I could be wrong. I'm going with the CNN map that they kind of have already predetermined some of these states as being blue and red. Okay, and Hawaii is going to be blue. Oh yeah. Yeah, no, there's not that many people running around with Biden paraphernalia. There just isn't. And I don't know if that's going to be an indication of what we're up against. Okay, so now we did all the western states, and now let's do the eastern states, or the Midwest, and this is Illinois. And I gave Illinois a gigantic piece of space there. It's not as big. I'm going to have to make Wisconsin larger, so I'm just going to redo Wisconsin and make that bigger. Wisconsin's just above Illinois there. Okay. And then we got Virginia. All right. There you go, Virginia. Virginia. This is Chesapeake Bay, and Maryland. Maryland is there, just underneath. Like I said, I got it kind of wrong. But and then there's New Jersey. They're assuming that's going to go, and then New York. Okay, I just kind of made that a mess, but it's all right. New York's going to go blue. They got this other little place. I don't know if that's Vermont. It may be. They don't know about that one state up there. And then Maine is kind of all blue, except for there is a chance that there's a district up there. So now we kind of did them all, I believe. And now we're just going to have to wait for the results to come in. Dun, 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 dun. Decision 2020. Dun, 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 dun. Bum, 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 bum. Decision 2020. Bum, 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 bum. Dun, 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 dun. Breaking news. Update. All right, so we're just going to have to wait around here for a while. Maybe I should put decision 2020 up there on the, write it in. We'll do that because we can. So I don't know how to spell decision. Let me just spell check that because I'm very good at misspelling and I want to spell this right. Decision. I think I can get it, but let me just double check. C-I-S-O-N. Okay, so I did have it right, but I know I'm always bad at. Okay. So let's do this. We'll alternate. D-E-C-I-S. We need an S. S-I. O. N. Okay, and then let's do 20. 2. 0. 2. 0. All right. Dun 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 dun. Dun 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 dun. Polls are just closed in Indiana. Bum 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 bum. Bum 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 bum. And Indiana's 11 electoral votes go to Donald J. Trump. Bum 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 bum. All right, well, looks like we're just going to have to wait here for a while until we get some verifications. How do I stay positive through this? Oh, man. Well, that is a great question. I don't know if I do or I am. I'll tell you this. Somehow, in some way, I kind of lost it a long time ago, and I'm kind of at peace with at least I try. I'll just say I try to be at peace with my self. That is. with outside relations in terms of what the world, and then also with my own world. So I'm not, I don't want to say, I can't do any, just throw up my arms and say I can't do anything. I can't change the world. I can't make the world any better. But for me, this is all I feel I can, or I'm good at, or best at. Uh-oh, did I lose the, I didn't lose the feed, did I? I think you're still there. Timed out. Okay, so I lost the thing. Let's get the interactive map back up again. I think that's going to work. I didn't lose you guys. I don't know if I do or if I am. Yeah, that's right. No, that's correct. I'm going crazy too, just like you all. I'm just, I guess I'm just sort of, I'm hopeful that we don't have to, okay. Anyway. We sort of had a nightmare for the last 4 years. I don't know why we want to have another nightmare for another 4 years, but apparently the thing is, there are a lot of good people on either side. And I don't know why I'm getting this not working. Early exit polls showed big decrease in support for Biden among Latinos in Florida. Okay. Yeah. So, I don't want to get all political or namesay or say anything really bad, which I could. I'm just gonna hold back and not say anything, but let you guys figure it out. But I'll just say this: in terms of people that are from countries in the South America. South America and Latin America. They have been inundated with these totalitarian dictatorships for many years, and people find comfort, believe it or not, in those kind of regimes. And I'll just leave it at that. Okay, I don't know why I can't get this. So they like weird. Well, I don't know if they like it, but okay. Let's see if I can go someplace else. Live results. Let's see this.
Is that a swing state?
No. Shit, I don't want no fucking music. Anyway, that's my take, and that's my take on anyone who is going to vote on a with a dictatorship kind of operation. That's because they feel safety in that. They feel secure. What are you going to do? They're going to vote. They got the right to vote. So we're going to have to continue on with another 4 years of this battle. What's that? Do a history on the Dodge Caravan and how it affected America? What? Like soccer moms and stuff? I'm a big Dodge Caravan. That's my van, man. Don't talk shit about my van, man. Look, we're gonna, look. I've said this before. I grew up. You might not be old enough, but I grew up dealing with Reagan. And so, that was pretty bad. We'll get through it, if that's the case. It's not over yet, but it's not looking good. Okay, I'm trying to get an update on these maps here. Can we get an update? I don't know why it's not working. My sources are not coming through right now. Bah, 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 bah. Okay, well they have a little updated thing here. We got Trump with 42 and Biden with 30. Trump wins West Virginia. Well, we knew that. I already put that in West Virginia, that we knew that. That's nothing new. Where's my map? Maybe I have to go to Fox News for the map. How about that? God forbid I'm doing that. Give me I just want to look. I don't want your video. I don't want you to, okay, here we go. There's a map. This looks somewhat up to date. Okay. So it's basically where we're at. That's what we were, I think. So they're thinking that Maine could be more so GOP, the whole state, but that's not necessarily the case. And they don't know yet. All right. And then this is in question, and that is, I don't even know what that is. Missouri? But that's a Republican thing. Now they're saying at the moment Texas is still is leaning Democrat. But come on. That would be crazy. And North Carolina, that would be crazy. All right. Well, we'll see what happens. Ba 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 ba. All right, guys, don't swear in the chat room because your message will not get through. That's just letting you know. Arthur says Cali's supposed to be red. Natalia wants to know, how could Texas be blue? Well, wishful thinking. It's just the results are saying that it's possibly blue. That's all. Doesn't mean it's going to be blue. If Texas goes blue, that would be a done deal. Basically, I heard him say that if Texas or Florida, if those two places, and it looks like Florida is not going to happen. They given up on Florida. It's going to go Reagan, Trump. But if Arizona goes blue, oh man, there's still hope, guys. Don't give up if you're looking for a Biden win. Now, if you're full on Trumper, then it's looking maybe good. I don't know what's good. This is scary. This is crazy, right? And it has nothing to do with the popular vote. This is all just like a Parcheesi game. This is like a chess match that has nothing to do with the populace in many respects. But then again, I'm not totally against the abolishing it either. There's some merit to it, I guess. I grew up with thinking that there was some merit to it. I don't know. Maybe I'd change my mind, but popular vote or anything. I was instilled with that idea that you got to be careful about anything that is about no safeguards on a government if you just rely on a simple democracy of a vote, because it gets into the thing of manipulation. We're already in manipulation mode. We're, as you know, we have manipulation, but the fact that you have this setup, this is like a different kind of chess game, chess match. it's kind of a strange safeguard. It kind of allows for a little bit of a stopgap from maybe say these kind of states on the coast just ramrodding their ideas on these poor souls that don't know what they're doing, or at least that's the perception is. And so these guys got some rights, and so you can't blame them for that. And all right, there's my bum 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 bum. We have an update. Do we? What's going on? Is there an update? Well, that's the problem with the full-on democracy of everybody's vote counts. Now you think about how the manipulation, how that would go if your actual vote did count. Then you could just buy. People already do that anyway, so maybe that's not really such a big deal. But you can see how through again media campaigns and stuff. If you just get the popular vote, then you can pretty much win everything you want by this sort of presentation. But the thing is that the way it is now, it could be one of these situations where it's the sort of the Republicans keep winning at this game, that there could be possibly some serious blowback from the masses because of sort of the manipulation of these tiny little states of 500,000. Okay, maybe a million, one or two of these guys. And they have all this play, and they they're not going to give up. They're not going to give it up, and they, for some reason, why I don't know, but they don't want to. They're happy to be this kind of angle of thought. They're not. None of them are terribly progressive, if you want to say, or they're not interested in people's rights. They're only interested in I guess making money, and a lot of it's farms, and they're just make money, take care of your family, God, religion, and all that stuff. It's and they used to say that's the Bible Belt here, and but it's all over here. It's also in these other parts too, but these areas they have this control. Now, Colorado, that's an interesting spot, right? That's because they've smoking a lot of weed lately. So that's a problem. See, they let the devil's herb go through in Colorado, and look what's happening. They might go blue. All right, enough of my commentary. We're gonna have to wait a few more hours here. I don't know if I can finish this map. Devil's lettuce, thank you. The devil's lettuce. Yeah, Colorado. Yeah, I think they're not happy with Colorado making that wacky tobacco available. But this is stereotype stuff. Stuff I'm saying. We all are chock full of stereotypes, and that's what's so amazing is that anything gets done. Because there's very little factuality, or though stereotypes, there are some kind of it's based on something, but we should go for a few hours. Well, we'll see. I'm not doing anything else. Let's just see what happens with Florida and maybe Texas, and we know what's going on over here, but these two states could be interesting too. Nevada and Arizona, those are interesting. Colorado, for that matter. I mean, boom, and then just this whole area. It's all interesting. It's probably going to, a lot of it will go down. Now, if it comes down to some kind of weird tie and then they're still counting votes, that's going to be crazy. But here's the sad thing is already they said that all that early voting, they thought that was going to be mostly a Democratic thing, and they're saying that no, it's not, it hasn't been. But then I heard, you hear conflicting reports, so who knows? You just don't know. Okay, I've been on 100% point so far. No, there's probably one or two things that I might want to take back, and if I keep drinking more of this wine, I'll probably have about 100 things that I might regret saying. But anyway, I'm somewhat, I don't know, I'm a little pessimistic, but at the same time, I'm kind of optimistic, because we'll still, even at the worst case scenario, you got to think of the worst case scenario, and that is if by any chance, if I'm talking to 100% people who do not want Trump to be president ever again, then which I always assume is my the people I'm talking to, but that might not be the case. But nevertheless, he still will. He's still gonna do things that might be of benefit, possibly for you. I mean, now it's true that there are plans, and he does have plans to do some pretty awful things that could very well happen. I don't know. I mean, you just got to fight back, I guess. I don't know. I mean, it's going to be a lot of battle because of this, if he gets this, gets through again. Though, who knows? Again, it could be, you just don't know, and think about this. What if it was, we had Hillary Clinton been our president for the past 4 years? Could you imagine how that would have went the last 4 years? Would we be any better position, with the virus? I would say yes, we would have. I think we would have had a better, clearer understanding on how to at least put some kind of guidelines. The whole thing, like, oh well, I don't want make people worry about it. Well, you should have. We would have gave you some brownie points for that. No, you didn't do that. You weren't helping us. Well, I don't want to worry you guys. I didn't want to worry the country. Nah, yeah, you should have let us worry a little bit. Let us worry a little bit. We could have handled it. So I got a feeling that Hillary Clinton would have done that. Now, but she would have done some other stuff that maybe wouldn't have been so good, Maybe the economy wouldn't have been so good. Maybe it would be at war. I mean, I don't think that whole thing about possible war with North Korea, that was like that's never ever going to happen. That's a teeny little dot of a country. Now, war with Russia or China, now that's always something you got to worry about. Who's to say, Dun 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 dun. Dun 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 dun. Decision 2020. Waiting for the results here. Do we have any verification on any of these polls closing? Polls closing at the top of the hour in 13 minutes. Bum 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 bum. Decision 2020. Dun 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 dun. Decision 2020. Bum 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 bum. Economy hasn't been good though, says Tampora 54. Well, yeah, I mean, but if before COVID happened, it was doing okay. It was humming along. And I don't think yeah, I agree. I don't think there's going to be a war with China or Russia. Thing is, you know, the whole thing about the Cold War really brought about back, you know, right in the 50s. You know, the whole thing was Russians in the U.S. kind of realized, look, are we going to go to war with each other? We're just going to kill each other and blow up the whole entire world. I just don't see how that happens. Now, maybe that's why North Korea, you know, these rogue nations that get their hands on some nuclear bombs, they might be the more dangerous types that could really cause some, you know, really go to war and some serious carnage happen. And yet, I think, in many respects, the smaller, the bigger countries are going to be more capable of ratcheting down, like, you know, nuclear holocaust situation. Now, you know, what's interesting, speaking of that, Pakistan and India, you know, they both have nuclear weapons. They have the ability to blow the, you know, the world up, I guess, to some degree, or at least each other, and they're right next to each other, you know, and they hate each other, you know. And but they find a way to get along, and of course they have some skirmishes to this day. They're still fighting, but they have this thing. Do you guys know about this thing? I think it's fascinating. And even at this place, there was a bunch of people got, you know, terrorist act, people got killed. But this happens now. Maybe it's been, you know, because of COVID. Maybe they don't do it now, or maybe because of that terrorist thing that happened about a year ago, I recall. But for years, they had a border. They still have the border, where they would have this dance between the two militaries to kind of scare off the other side, and it was a pageantry. It was, I think it's still going on. Look it up. Is it still going on, guys? Do you know? Look that up. Can you Google that for me? All right. Okay, we're just kind of waiting to verify what's happening with Florida. Now, Florida counts all their votes. They will be able to get a result here possibly as soon as in the next hour. We should get a result from Florida. Not that I have all the information. Not that I know what I'm talking about. I don't. That's interesting. On this map here, it's saying that Missouri Missouri and Oklahoma are leaning blue, which is interesting. Now, I don't know if that's the case. Oh, but then they're saying Wisconsin. No, Michigan. Wait. What the hell am I looking at? Oh, they're saying Michigan is red on the Fox one. It's still happening? Are they still doing it? They still do it. Okay. Like, are they like wearing masks and stuff, you know? Because like everyone's got to wear masks. Like the whole world, everyone's wearing these masks. It's crazy, you know? I mean, you think it's just here in the United States. You look at some travel videos. I've been watching like travel videos. I don't know why I got into watching travel videos. So I'm like looking at people like in Colombia and Mexico, whatever. And yeah, and everyone's kind of wearing masks, but not all the time, actually. In fact, and then you've seen the people are having parties. Wait a second, people having parties? We're supposed to hunker down and not do anything. All right. Okay, Tampora 54 says it's called the Waga-Atari border ceremony. That is intense. If you watched it, I'm sure you can watch it on Google. Guys, Google, watch it on YouTube. I'm sure there's tons of videos of it. It is intense, and they get the most like macho. They're both sides like pick like Sean Connery type of soldiers, you know, or even Sean Connery / Arnold Schwarzenegger type of soldiers. You know, very macho and muscular and big and powerful, and they do all this, you know, and then they do they got swords or rifles or rifles with swords on them, and they're doing all this dance, and they're just like, yeah, we'll kick your ass. I will kick your ass, you know, Pakistan, and then the other guy goes, I will kick your ass, India. Yeah, we are the toughest. Yeah, it's intense. And then there's people on both sides, I guess, and it's good times. It almost shows you how something like that, or well, sports, you know, between nations are kind of ways to alleviate, you know, just straight up killing each other. So it's kind of good. We should do that with sports. We should have sports, right? Between the Republicans and Democrats. We should play sports. Yeah. How about that? We could have you know, LeBron James, you know, for the Democrats, and then we could have, you know, Drew Brees, right? What's the other guy, the other white quarterback from the South, played for the Green Bay Packers. What's his name? Anyway, yeah, get those guys playing for the Republicans, you know, Republicans versus Democrats, you know. That'd be good, right? All right, we're just kind of waiting, reading your chats. No, but probably Phillip Rivers. It could have been Phillip Rivers, but I was thinking of the guy who played for the Packers. He doesn't play anymore. He retired. I forgot his name. It's funny how you when you retire, you get kind of forgotten. Brett Favre. There you go, Patrick. Thank you. Yeah. Do I like YouTube better than public access? No, not really. No. Because the problem with YouTube is I have to provide all the cameras, I have to provide all the technical know-how. I you know, and it's just me. See, and I'm not that good at this. I'm okay at it. I've figured out a few things. Every once in a while I have an okay operation. I have my act together and the whole thing. But with the cable access studio, you have, what's great about it is you have some professionalism, you have some great cameras, and people working, you know, to help you out, and it's the best, you know. And it's just me. That's just kind of lame in the end. So yeah, but it works. I've done a lot. Just, it's convenient though, because I'm just doing it out of the house. So, you know, I don't have to get in the car and drive to a studio. So that's kind of nice. That's really nice. Frankly, that's great. So that's the best part about it. But the energy is not the same. Plus, see, like, I'm just hanging out, just kind of getting drunk and hanging out with you guys. I mean, I do a lot of that. That's kind of Like if I were to do a cable access show, I'm not going to just go there and get drunk and hang out with you guys. But there's something kind of charming about that, no doubt. But I'm not saying there's nothing wrong, anything wrong with that. It's, that's part of the charm of the internet and live streaming. But it's also kind of prevents you from actually providing some really good quality television. Maybe. I don't know. Not that I ever really provided any good quality television. That is definitely not the case. So we're, I don't know. Okay, anyway, whatever. It's kind of fun to just kind of not watch the television and just see what the map says, what you guys say. Like I could just watch regular TV, but it's kind of nice to not watch regular TV. Really? Albuquerque brought cable access again? Nice. It's still around in certain cities, yeah. I did one in years ago. Well, it was about 10 years ago. I went up to Portland, and I ended up doing a show there. They have a great little cable access studio there. I don't know if it's just one. It probably is. And then also here in LA, there's a couple of little cable access studios outside of the city of LA. And I did one out there in, I want to say, what is the place? It's not Pasadena, but they do have cable access too. Pasadena still does cable access. There's another town there next to it. Maybe it's Monrovia. Shout out to KGEM. They still do a cable access programming, and I did a show there a handful of years ago, and then out in Torrance in the South Bay of Los Angeles, they have studios there, or at least they did. I don't know. They got some in Carlsbad down there and by San Diego. Am I probably the most famous public access host? I wouldn't say that that's. Okay, yeah. See, they did an update. They just did an update on Fox, and they just automatically put in whatever state that is, and then these guys red, and then they put this guy as blue. They just automatically did that. That was the update. So there's nothing new that I see. There's no new changes. New York is blue. They got that already blue. Okay, so this map's good because they are giving me the updates. That's good. Oh, that's a good idea. Do a tour of the towns with public access. I wouldn't know I wouldn't know what they were, and to do anything, you got to figure this stuff out. I don't know, man. That's a lot of work, a lot of figuring out. Well, anyway, I would have to figure that out. I'm not gonna do it anytime soon. We got a look, it would behoove you all to listen to to listen to what doctors are telling you, and they're warning you, scientists, doctors, warning you to chill out at least while this winter season goes down, because they're so I wouldn't go anywhere. I'm not planning on going anywhere until probably next sometime next year maybe, and maybe even then. And people say you probably shouldn't go anywhere until 2022. So just think of it as you're on home. What's it called? Home alert. I don't know, whatever it is. House arrest. There you go. I got the wrong home arrest. No, house arrest. Yeah, just just do limited stuff and stay away from people for a while. That's all you got to do. People can't handle it though. People cannot handle it. You guys can't handle it, and that's true. Maybe you have to make some money, and that's a whole economy has to go. I get it. But even in that realm, just be careful. That's all. If you're in those positions where you are having to be around people all the time, definitely wear your mask. I don't see why anyone would not be doing that otherwise. So I don't know what the feeling is here, but it doesn't look good one way or the other. It's kind of it's a sort of a tentative feeling here, right? We're kind of like in the middle of it's not gone one way or the other. It hasn't broke one way or the other, has it? Well, you're gonna buy it, Eric? I have them up on. You can buy them on the internet. I have it on those paintings. That stuff's available. That globe, I think I'm asking $30,000 for it. So maybe. Oh, I heard somebody, some British gambler in Britain. You can't vote or you can't bet on elections in the United States. Here in the United States, but if you're in another country, you can vote. No, you can't vote. Well, if you're a U.S. citizen, you can vote. But you can gamble. You can bet. You can make a bet. And this guy bet. I think he bet £5 million for Trump to win. And if he wins, I think he'll get like 15 million pounds. I forget that. It's all hearsay. I don't even know what I heard. I don't have the story in front of me, so I don't know what I'm talking about. So there you go. But this is starting to look like basically a remake of last time, right? Basically. But there was hope, some kind of hope that the likability of Biden was more so than Clinton, and that would be enough, particularly in those states that only went for Trump by about 10,000 or so small in those little states. It's crazy. So. It's still up in the air, I guess. It's still up in the air. We don't know yet. Like I said, I'm not going to be mad one way or the other. Oh, I'll be mad one way for sure, but I'll be disappointed, but we'll make it work. You just have to. You have to. I'm not very keen on having to wear a mask. That's for sure. I don't think really anyone really is. I don't like wearing them. And because of that, I don't really go out that much. And when I do go out, I just stay away from people. Like I walk away from people all the time. But I see people they somehow are able to put that mask on and keep it on all the time. Like my nose, like, you know, I'm like, you know, snot coming out my nose, and it's like getting on your mask. It's really kind of gross, you know. So, but apparently it's crucial to you know, protecting people. So you use a neck gaiter. Yeah, I'm a neck gaiter guy too. Like I can't. The idea, and I think people have a hard time with that thing sticking on their ears like this. Now I know I'm talking to everyone who's probably doing this, but I'm in the minority that I like to just wear the little like neck gaiter thing. You just kind of go like that. It's a lot easier. Plus you can just hang it on your neck. But yeah, they're boarded up businesses up and down all over LA. They're worried about a full-on riot kind of scenario. I don't know if that's going to happen, but it could. It could, I guess. I don't know if that would happen if it went either way. I don't see it, but I guess I think there would be a little bit. You know, basically that whole thing with people rioting and stuff, that all happened because people were locked down for months and months and months, and they were not, you know, we were all told not to leave the house, not to do anything. And people finally just snapped. And injustice, it just added to the, you know, injustice. Everyone's doing stuff now. Everyone's working and everyone's doing stuff, or at least they can to some degree. I know there's certain, you know, gyms are not open and whatever. Why? I don't know. What is it with the gyms anyway? I don't know. I don't get that anyway. Gyms. You know, I just never been a gym guy, you know. All right, looking for some. I'll probably have to wait until the next hour for an update. Bum 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 bum. Bum 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 bum. You work at home. I work at home, but then also I go out and I interact a little bit. But I don't have to be around people like in a situation, you know, like I'm not a waiter. I'm not a, you know, bartender. I'm not, you know, I don't go to the gym. So, you know, I don't do stuff like that. So, yeah, I'm all right in a weird way. I mean, there are things that I can't do, like perform at a nightclub kind of scenario, which occasionally that happens. You know, I get asked to do that, and that's not happening. That honestly is not a big part of my operation, my life operation. So it's not, you know, it wasn't a big part of my income. It was like kind of zero. This is zero part of my income. I should get some water. Okay, I'm gonna get some water. This is gonna take a while, I guess. It could break pretty soon, though, in a weird way, right? I don't know. Could break. Could have some people crying. There's gonna be someone crying here pretty soon. Could be some rioting going on. I don't know. All right, I'll take a little break. I'll be right back. Decision 2020. Dun, 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 dun. back. Still waiting on some close races going on here. Still waiting for the vote tally to come in the Atlanta area of Georgia. And that could make a big difference. That's why it's a toss up there, and in North Carolina we don't know yet either. Okay, we're just gonna have to wait this out. This would be something though. If Texas were to go blue, that would be something else. Is my map upside down? No, it doesn't matter. I mean, I don't know, in terms of map history, in terms of previous 4 years versus the previous 4 years versus the previous 4 years, like how those maps come about every 4 years, but I think there's always going to be some kind of weird change, and so maybe there are some weird surprises, such as Texas. Hard to believe, though. It would be pretty awesome if it were, though. Obviously, it would be amazing. I guess, right? I don't know. So anyway, we're just kind of waiting here. I think my map, my thing should be this way. So let's get it let's do it correct. See if we can correct this. I don't know if I can do it. Well, it's like this. I need to go like this. How do we do that? Maybe I can go like this. That's better. That's better. Let's see if that's gonna work. No, that's not gonna help. What I need to do is fix it. That's what I gotta do. Let's see if I can. Let's rip that duct tape back. There we go. And get this done here. Well, that's okay. That's fine. Okay, so now we want to be. Let's see where it goes. That's correct. No, that's not it. Where are we? Is this the right angle? Yes, that's what we want. Okay, so we want it to be like here. Can we hold it like that? I think I just got to tape it. Tape it. Just tape it. Here. Tape it to here. There we go. And that should do it. Kind of. Doesn't quite do it. How do we get it to stay correct? How do we get you to stay where you should be staying? Just stay right there. Come on, buddy. I'm asking for it, I guess. Not working out too well, this idea. Well, it's a little better maybe than what it was. We'll just take it. We'll take it. We'll take it. Sammy Haggard. Sammy Haggard. I need to fix that. How do I fix it? Shoot. I guess it needs to be like that. It needs to be like that. How do I do that? I need like a stick. That's what I need, is a stick. Where's a stick? Let me find a stick. Get this right while we wait for the results. How am I going to do it though? Cardboard. 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 Okay, get some cardboard here. better. I'm gonna have to, if I move it, wait, I can do this. Let's see if that does anything. Oh. Let's see if that does any good. Better, much better. Whoops. Much better. Okay. Good. Figured it out. While we wait for the results. Dun 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 dun. All right, we're just waiting for the results coming in from Georgia. Still waiting for that to come through. Florida, North Carolina. Waiting for those results. Texas is looking good. Like they might have a result coming up. I think by the end of by the end of the night, I think we'll have a good sense of what's going on here by the end of the night. Decision 2020. You're watching Let's Paint TV's Decision 2020. Bum, 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 bum. Don't, 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 don't. Decision 2020. Bum, 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 bum. Thank you. Door into summer. This is the best place to watch the election. You're not going to miss a moment. Okay, we got word. Bum, 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 bum. No, I got no word. I'm just making that up. Looking at the interactive map, nothing's moved. So we're just kind of waiting for word. Oh, okay, there's some movement here. Texas is now gone red. It's moved to red with 64% of the vote in. Donald Trump leads by 0.2%. All right. Now, Florida, this is Trump leads by 3 points with, wow, 91% in. So Florida looks like it's going Trumpville totally. Now, this is interesting. Joe Biden, North Carolina, with 15 electoral votes. I don't think we cannot call it yet. They don't think we're going to be able to call it yet. But with 83% of the votes in, Joe Biden is in the lead in North Carolina. Bump, 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 bump. Okay, Colorado with 9 electoral votes and 57% of the votes in, Joe Biden leads by 20 points. Okay, Georgia, with 16 electoral votes, Donald Trump leads by 13 points with only just half the electoral votes. We don't have the votes in from the Atlanta area with all the suburban housewives who hate Donald Trump. So we don't have that in yet. But oh no, see, wait. Joe Biden only leads by 1 point in North Carolina with 83%. That is super close. Wow, that's too close to call. That's really too close. But Trump leads, and Trump only leads by 3 points in Florida, but it's almost over, a 91%. But Trump in Georgia leads by 13. I don't know, it's weird. It's interesting anyway. But you know, Trump with only 54% in Texas, he's only up by 0.2% with only 54. So who knows what's going on with that? Okay, that's the update. We don't have any definite change here. This is the go-to place for your electoral college painting. I'm Mr. Let's Paint. Thanks for being here. Reading your chats. And where are your chats? You got some chats here? Here, we got some chats here. Yeah, how much of a lead? No, it's best. Annie Lindstrom, best election covered ever. Thank you. Thank you very much. Appreciate that. This is intense. It's intense. It's going down to the wire here. What map am I looking at, says Evan. That's a great, thanks for asking. No, yeah, it's very important. I'm following an interactive, this is an interactive map that I'm finding via Fox News, which, hey, you know, they're not my you know, my news source, but for something like this, why not, you know? It's projections, not results, says Waldo. Some of it, at least. Might not be accurate, says Evan. I'm surprised you're not breaking out the green screen. Hello from Michigan. Natalia, by way of Texas. Don't trust Fox News due to the right-wing bias, says Evan. Uh-oh. Bump, 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 bump. Colorado, they have given Colorado to Joe Biden. Joe Biden is now projected to win the 9 electoral votes from the state of Colorado. Joe Biden has now collected 9 electoral votes from the state of Colorado. That's because they're all smoking the weed up there, the wacky tobacco, I'm telling you. Evan says, smoke weed every day. All right. Way to go, Colorado. Now, did Colorado go, was that Republican last time? Does anyone know? What was it last time, 4 years ago? Did they go with Clinton last time? You know, this should be every year. We should have a president every year, not every 4 years. Let's do this every year, guys. Avoid, yes. You didn't quite catch it. I went ballistic. Yes, Joe Biden has now collected 9 electoral votes from the great state of Colorado. That was fun. Oh, you hate the ads? I'm sorry you're getting ads, but we got to make some money one way or the other here. Colorado went manifest destiny, yeah? We are lucky to witness this like a blue moon. Let's paint TV, electoral TV. Okay, no swearing, Evan. You can't swear. It will not show up in the chat room. Clean up your act, buddy. Clean up your act. It's a family. Whatever. I don't know what I'm trying to say. No, it's cool. No, I get it. I mean, I'm swearing half the time anyway. The chat room cannot handle the swearing. Let's get a new president every day. Yeah, every day. Every day we got a new president. Bum, bum, bum. That'd be cool. Every day we'd just have an election every day for a new president. That'd be fun, right? That would be awesome. This is exciting, guys. I mean, sort of. I don't know. Just an update on Minnesota. Now, like I said, I think it's kind of, like I said, Evan, you don't trust Fox News. I get it. But for their electoral map, where they want President Trump to be the president, most likely, if they're going to say that Biden won a particular state, you know what I mean? You know what I mean? That's saying something. So in a weird way, I find it kind of an interesting map to follow. Plus, it's interactive. It's like it's under kind of real time. I like it. If you can't find the map I'm following, I found it to be the link I got is Fox, the number 5 dc.com/news/2020-election-interactive-electoral-college-map. It's probably another way to find it. It's pretty insightful. Far more insightful than the watching the regular news in a weird way, because they're basically doing the same thing we're doing. Door into summer. Are you getting like Trump ads on my electric coverage? I'm sorry that you're being inundated with President Trump ads. No Biden ads. You know what I noticed coming into this election night, watching YouTube? I ended up seeing too many Trump ads on YouTube, and all I could figure out is, you know how they think what you're looking at, then they assume that you are, right wing and you're Republican and you're whatever you want to call it. And that's all I could figure is that maybe that's how they figured it out. And then they just throw you those kind of ads, and that's why I was not getting the Biden ads. But I got a strange feeling like there were not many Biden ads out there. Just all of YouTube. Yeah, just all. Yeah, they really, I think, I got a feeling that they were killing it on the YouTube ads, and Biden was not. And I don't think that was good, in a weird way. But who knows? I just, again, if Biden is to lose, right now it's still up in the air. But say Biden loses, then there's going to be a lot of questioning. Now, if Trump loses, we all know why Trump lost, if he does lose. And that's because he doesn't have a high favorability. I mean, most people in this country do not like the president. It's just, I mean, he's not a likable guy. And now for some of them are fervent, love the guy, so that's true too. But anyway, all right. Anyway, and then with Biden, people are like, well, God, the guy's old and he's, but he held his own. I think everyone was somewhat impressed. I think to some degree that he held his own in terms of with those debates and stuff. So I don't know. I just don't know. I should do the president. I should, shouldn't I? Yeah, Biden is only leading the 15 electoral votes in North Carolina with 86% of the votes in. Biden is only leading by 0.5%, so that's really close. And then Texas, Trump leads by 1 point, but it's only 65% in. Florida is only not even halfway through, but Trump is leading by 14 points. So, that's not looking good. Come on, Biden. I'm homering for Biden, but whatever. It's okay. We'll make it work one way or the other. Look, it's not the end of the world. Remember, it's never the end of the world. Well, it might be the end of the world for some people. Under a particular regime of sorts, it is entirely possible. So that is kind of fucked up for certain people. But we find a way to get through it. But there will be some people that will die or perish, and that's not good. Potentially, mind you. But that's inevitable in a weird way. When it comes to politics and military force and nations and all that stuff, there are sometimes people people go to war and all that stuff. Your Gramps from Canada, you're just checking it out. Yeah, it's kind of fascinating. I think it's kind of exciting, I gotta say. Look, I'm over it. I mean, I've been disappointed so many times that I know that our nation, this nation, the United States, is has multiple ways of thinking and approaches, and so nothing surprises me one way or the other. But I'm just but in the end, I'm hoping that it goes the right direction, the direction that I always vote for, but root for. We'll see. We shall see. I'm an optimist. I always like to say I'm an optimist in the long run, but I'm pessimistic in the current mode of thinking. I can be pretty pessimistic. For day in, day out, I can get pretty pessimistic. But I tend to, and so the only thing that keeps me afloat is optimism in the future. So it might not be, it might not, things might not happen. Now there was a telling quote from a Russian insider. This was earlier in the year. It kind of got little notice. It was put out in the airwaves, and I picked up on it. And it was from some Russian guy, and I don't know what his connection was, but he was from Russia. Okay? Russia. I like saying it. And but he claimed he made the prediction that Trump would win again, but then it would be full on, socialism, whatever you want to call it, next time. And so that could be an interesting take. That's an interesting take. And how do these people know how that goes down? I don't know. But they made that. Some guy made, Sergei Romanov, or some guy. He made that prediction, and he just said, "Yeah, that's what's going to happen." Came out great. Newspaper painting came out great. Thank you. You could go definitely for full-on socialism, says A.Volt. Yeah, I don't know. I'm not so sure. I know what I don't know what that is, and but I don't have anything really against it. I have, in a sense. I think the way it's done in Europe, Australia, and Canada, pretty decent operation, frankly. I don't see how it would go any more extreme than that. People always want to paint that it would become some kind of full-on communistic operation in the way of say Venezuela, or I guess Bolivia or Cuba. That's never going to happen. Come on. That's poppycock. That's full-on poppycock. That's ridiculous. I don't know why. I don't know why the Democrats just can't just say that and tell them how that's bullshit. I don't know why anyone can just stand up and tell them to fuck off with that bullshit. But they can't. They don't know how to do it. They don't know how to just say that's bullshit. This is bullshit. You're full of it. But that's why I think that this Russian prediction could be very true, because I could see how it could swing very heavily, where finally sort of the Democrats would just say fuck it. We have some people to just say fuck you with your bullshit, and we are gonna do these things. And this is not communism, you stupid fuck. Fuck you. This is not communism. This is not Venezuela bullshit. Someone's got to stand up to that. They have to stand up and say fuck you to that bullshit, because that's not the truth. But they don't know how to. They're always kind of sheepish. They're a little too sheepish, the Democrats, to those attacks. But it's hard to know how to fight on that. I don't know. I wouldn't be good at it, frankly. Avoit says Bolivia isn't so bad. I don't know. I don't think anyone thinks that Bolivia is some kind of country that's no one really knows much about Bolivia, but no one talks highly of it. Let's just say that. It's a balancing act, and that's the thing. You need to be able to first of all, you use. Here's the thing. The problem with using Europe as an example is that Americans don't like to look at Europe as an example. That's the foremost problem. That's the problem. But regardless of that, they are able to have a lot of wonderful safeguards. Yeah, maybe they have some taxes that maybe you don't want to have, but that's what Obamacare is, and that's very helpful. All right, whatever. I'm not going to get into politics here. But in a weird way we are, and that's fine. Everyone's got problems. Everyone's got issues. Everyone's complaining about stuff. First of all, you're not getting rid of, this thing called capitalism. You're not getting rid of it. We're not getting rid of it. No one. Now, if there was talk that you're going to say we're going to get rid of capitalism and put in, communism, that ain't going to go fly. No one's going to want that. But forms, elements of socialism, which whatever you want to call that, is called. There are plenty of things that we already have. We have Social Security. Fortunately, up until now, we still have Obamacare. I don't know how long that's going to last if Trump becomes president, but again, there are safety nets. That's what socialism is. Nothing wrong with that. Plenty good and plenty people are benefiting. There's so many people that benefit from these programs. Now, yeah, okay, maybe it's too much, too big, and so it's back and forth. There's a lot of back and forth. That's the thing too. And so even if we go one direction or not, this for the next 4 years, which of course it could inevitably be the case. We're going to go one way or the other. I mean, we're already going one way, but we could kind of at least kind of steer the boat back to a little more neutral ground amongst all aspects. And those are all things that could be that can happen and will one way or the other. It's a back and forth kind of deal. But you're not getting rid of capitalism. And you're not going to get rid of Social Security. So, you're not going to get rid of these pillars of the Americana that we are connected to. It's just not going to happen. And if any party decides to get rid of one or the other, they're screwed. They just have no chance in hell. Never going to happen. But things like health care for all are, what's wrong with that? What's wrong with that? And that whole thing about health care where you get your health care from your work, that's bullshit. I don't know why anyone points out how lame that is, because then you are married to your fucked up job, and then if you ever decide to leave your fucked up job because of your health care, you don't have health care, and then you got to go to Cobra. Everyone try to do Cobra. That is the biggest bullshit thing ever. Cobra plan? That is like jacked up bullshit. No, you need to have health care that's based on just how much money you fucking make. That's it. Boom. That's as simple as that. It should not be tied to your fucking job. Job should not be doing health care. Fuck that. You can still have private care, Anyway, how's the election? Where's our results here? We don't have no update. No updates yet. Let me see. Yeah, why do they say that constantly say we don't want to get rid of our health care connected to our job? What the hell is wrong with you guys? People can't even keep a job for the rest of it. People have to move from job to job to job, and then they got to do Cobra. So they're not connected to their health care anymore because they were. No, you need to be separate from that and have health care based on how much money you fucking make a year. How much money did you fucking make a year? That's how much, based on that, you make a shitload of money, well then you're gonna pay a decent amount and fuck you because you made a shitload of money. If you don't make that much money, you're going to get some help from the fucking government support. And that's how it should go. And that's what Obamacare is. And I think that's fucking good. That's good. That should be that way. Oh, my little fucked up job. I'm going to fucking get a fucked up job, but not leave my fucked up job because I got fucking some shitty health care through this job. Anyway, I'm no expert at this. That's just just my assumption. That's my guess. That's my lame, really lame, limited knowledge on the whole thing, because I honestly don't know how it all goes down and how it works. By the way, don't swear in the chat room, because if you swear in the chat room, it doesn't go through. So no fucks in the chat room, all right? What's up, Rye? I love you too, man. Look, I know that you guys are going to be potentially. You might not be happy with the results. The results might end up being, what you don't want, and. But it's all right. We'll figure it out. You go back to the drawing board is what you got to do. But you need to hammer through these things. First of all, there's just no reason why healthcare should be connected to your job. I don't know why anyone has that as a positive. That is not a positive. That's bullshit. You need to have it connected to the taxes that you pay at the end of the year. Simple as that. What's that? Rye says Florida looks like a penis. Also, it kind of looks like a gun. It looks like a gun too, I thought. The panhandle looks kind of like the front of the gun, and this looks like the handle. What's up, Mike? All right, buddy. Welcome to Election Night 2020. We're waiting for some updates here. This all might all go down, or probably maybe in the next hour something might go down. I don't know. It's still too close to call in some of these things. But it looks like Trump is going to win Florida and Georgia. But then again, I don't know. And Texas, he looks like he's going to win Texas. Trump's going to win, man. I don't know. He looks like he's going to win. Fuck. Fuck, man. It's all right. It'll be all right, guys. Look, it's going to be all right, even if he does win. I'm just trying to help you out. Don't go fucking rioting, man. That's like the dumbest thing you could do. But you could. I mean, go ahead. But I say don't do it. There's no point. Just you gotta vote next time. Like, what the fuck? You didn't vote. But it's potentially rigged, right? Because there's some states that are they are in those states that are, these battleground states. They're rigged so much that it's hard to know if they are being rigged and if they're being manipulated. Okay, we have an update, a little bit of an update from Arizona. From the great state of Arizona, with its 11 electoral votes, Joe Biden leads with 50% of the vote in. Joe Biden leads with, it looks like, by 5 points. That's an update. Okay, now Utah, as you well know, we already painted Utah red because there's no chance in hell that any Democrat could ever win the state of Utah. Which I don't know why that has to be. Why does that have to be the case, But it is. With the 6 electoral votes, Donald Trump leads by 27 points. He is kicking some serious ass, as you well know, as you would know. But, Texas, he's only up by 2 points, but it's 80%, 50, 60, it looks like, I can't tell. Need my glasses. All right, it's slowly taking shape here. Minnesota, with its 10 electoral votes, Joe Biden leads by 29 points. Minnesota, but that's only with 33% of the vote in. Now Missouri, I didn't paint in Missouri. Yeah, I did. Yeah, I already painted in Missouri. That's that's not even. In Iowa, that's Missouri. Forget it. Though I hadn't painted him in yet. But Minnesota, and looks like Wisconsin, Trump may be winning Wisconsin, and that's kind of scary. And he may be winning Michigan. He's ahead in Michigan by 13 points. That's scary. It looks like he might still win. If he wins that section, that's over. But, regardless of who wins or who doesn't, we've still got to deal with these kind of situations, which is, again, this whole healthcare thing, apparently people are not happy about it, but that's because, again, I think that the way I'm looking at it, the people are too connected with their jobs with the healthcare. Now, maybe I'm wrong on this, but they're misreading. They're reading it wrong. They should be free to pick whatever they want, public, private, whatever. Jacob, that is correct. It's all about the paint. Whoever wins or loses, we still have paint. Yeah. Look, and whoever wins or loses, no war. No war amongst namely and other stuff. Now, interesting, they got Montana. Now, and I painted Montana. They only have 3 electoral votes, and I painted them red because that's what CNN assumed that they were red, and they very well be. But Biden is up with 17% of the vote in by 18 points. It says, so that's kind of interesting. But those are only 3 votes there. Will I mail this map to a winner? No. Oh, Alexandra Cortez is projected to win her race, which I don't think that was even in contention. AOC. She could be the president. What do you think of that? What if she was president? I'd be cool with that. I think. Right? Why not? I think the thing is that people, what it is that the people who don't like certain people is because you feel like, it's the whole thing of don't tread on me. That whole adage, way back when from revolutionary times or whatever. Don't tread on me. Don't fuck with me, And that's the reason why a lot of people vote a particular way. Don't fuck with me. Don't tread on me. Don't stomp on me. Don't push your ideas on my ass, Don't fuck with me is what they're saying. And through various ways of thinking, but a lot of people are, kind of, they live in their own tribes. They're tribal type of people. So they have a hard time of seeing something maybe a different way, and so right there, you're treading on them. You're fucking with them because it's a new idea. It's a different idea. But I think I don't know. We'll see. It's still up in the air. This thing, isn't it? From what I can tell. What's that map? That's shit. What's that thing? It's called. There's the flag with the snake. But let's do one. Don't fuck with me. And then it's like a dick. I don't know. I don't think that's probably not going to happen. I don't see a flag, as potential flag. Don't fuck with. I don't know. Maybe not. Nah, I don't think I'm not gonna expand on that idea. We'll just let that stay in the ether zone. I don't think there's really I'm not able to draw that out. I did have a paint. I did run out of paint, but I did just get a new a shipment of paint, so I'm ready to go. But I've been doing watercolor. I've been doing the watercolors, as you well know, and I love watercolors. Doesn't pay the bills. No one wants to pay much for them, but nevertheless, they're fun to do. Boom, 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 boom. Now, what's interesting now, this is interesting. Iowa is, Joe Biden is in the lead in Iowa. That's kind of a strange thing there. Kilimanjaro 28. I got way too drunk during your broadcast. Oh man, sorry. Oh, is that right? I didn't know that. Rad nukes people's minds. Says it makes sense. Iowa has been hit pretty hard with Corona, and Biden and Obama bailed out GM. Interesting. I just don't know. There was a poll that they said that Iowa's going to be more, more Republican. So yeah, this is interesting. No doubt. I mean, look, I'm, kind of hoping. I'm kind of rooting for the blue here, but I've been disappointed many times in my life. Going back to basically Reagan for the most part. Yeah. Starting with Reagan. I believe actually what happened one time when Reagan won, was that 1980? I think I got in a fight with my brother over it. It was like we were all upset over it. Anyway, hopefully it's not the end of the world, Whatever route we take, just remember that it shouldn't be the end of the world. There's plenty of fights and things that can happen and hopefully good things happen. Hopefully it's not all bad. There is a tendency to think that whatever side wins is just going to usher in just worse and worse awful stuff, and I cannot deny it. I do tend to think that about the president that we have now would be doing just that. But and I know actually the majority of this population thinks that too, but hopefully that would not be the case, and because of the Electoral College, he has a plenty good chance of winning still, it looks like, but I don't know. There's some interesting moves here. What was the map from Clinton's days, 4 years ago? Like, did Clinton win Colorado 4 years ago? That was the question. And interesting, look at this, 71% in from Arizona. Joe Biden has a lead of 5 points. That is amazing. That is something else. 'Cause that looks like he could very well win that. Florida is, I don't know what's going on in Florida. No, famously, no one ever knows what's going on with Florida. Georgia's strange because, Trump's still ahead by 13 points. But it's only 54% in, at least it says. Oh, look at this. North Carolina, Biden was winning barely, and now it's gone to Trump. See, that's not good, man. No. Whatever. Okay, he's going to win Ohio. Clearly, he's going to win Ohio. All right. Yeah. Anyway, it looks like Trump's going to be your next continue to be the president, from what I can tell. Just my guess. I could be wrong, and I hope I am wrong, but I'm getting that feeling. You know what I'm saying? Okay, now I'm going to cry in my beer now. My wine. Cry in my wine. But it's going to be all right. We've already survived 4 years. We can do another 4. It's like, you're in prison for 4 years. What's another 4 years? It's a good way to look at it. We've already done the time. We can do another 4 years of it. the battling. Evan saying, I think you need to look at another source, to be honest. Oh, shit. I know. I should, but you see my theory here is that if they're posting something, say, Biden winning Arizona and winning Colorado, I mean that's kind of significant. That's pretty impressive. Now these ones that are too close to call, well, then it really doesn't matter, what side they're on. But maybe they are, but they're not calling it. They haven't called it, but they are shading it, red as if they're ahead by that point. But it's not over yet in those sections, those places. Oh yeah, the mail-ins is going to be a new battle for sure, particularly in like Pennsylvania and wherever else. I don't know. Okay, I'll take a little break. Let's get some more water. Okay, I'm going to take a little break, and I'll be back like probably in a half an hour. Maybe we can color in some more maps here, okay? But we'll leave it live. It's and we'll update it as we come along, and maybe I have to switch Montana. I don't know, but it shows that Biden is, well, whatever. Doesn't matter. Okay, so I'll be back in like about a half an hour. Okay. right, we're back. How's it going on our election coverage 2020? Okay, there's no real there's still no need to color in anything at the moment. We're still in the same predicament. So it looks like Biden will probably take Arizona, but there's still some time left. He's definitely probably not getting Texas, and he's probably not getting Florida. Trump leads Florida by 4 points with 97% in. That's done. That's toast. All right, well, we'll just have to wait until there's some change. I mean, I already, filled in these that the polls aren't even in, but I know that that's what's going to happen. We all know that. Tempora 54 says, "This is so depressing." This is a repeat of 4 years ago. I'm gonna paint it all, but I might have to wait till tomorrow. It might not be finalized, the final map, till they call every state. Exactly. I might have to go to sleep and just leave the live camera on. Just leave it on, because I don't think they're going to solve a lot of this. But he's going to get Florida, Trump that is, and then Florida and Texas, and then if he gets a couple of those Midwestern states, it's pretty much over, and that's it. Boom, he wins. Simple as that. Just like last time. Actually, I need a paint. I got a blue state to put in there, actually. But apparently Maine is still could be a red state, and I have it blue at the moment, but I'll probably have to change it, maybe, I guess. And now they had Montana blue for a minute there, and I'm like, oh yeah, but no, it's back to being red. So. But Minnesota and Iowa could go blue, but whatever. I think it comes down to, again, those Pennsylvania ultimately is the problem, potentially. If it goes, whoever gets Pennsylvania is probably going to win the election. I'm tired of being alive, says Tampora54. Come on, buddy. Come on, hang in there. Hang in there. It's going to be all right. I think what I'll do is I'm just going to watch TV in the other room, and then when I see that they give another, change one of those new states that we have up for grabs, I'll come in and paint it. All right, because we'll just see what happens. But okay, Michael's asking me whose election figures am I using. I'm just using the Fox News figures, but it sounds like that would be. See, now Fox News just put in Washington, Oregon, and California for Biden, which we already had that figured out. So now, it's we're looking for, I guess, Nevada and Arizona, maybe. This is clearly red. They just haven't counted it. So anyway, this is all solved. This is kind of probably Trump. It comes down to this again. Again, it comes down to this. And they might not solve it tonight, but Trump's ahead. Trump's ahead in these states. And I was watching CNN. But I'm using Fox News interactive map at the moment. So. Anyway, like I said, I'll come back when there's another change that needs to be colored in, but it looks like these will stay for a little bit. It looks like I'm thinking I'm going to color this in blue, but it's not for sure, I guess. Yeah, I don't, look, there's a lot of hearsay. Just let it play out and let each state make their decision. No one's going to be making any crazy decisions. The states will make the decisions, and then if it comes down to a particular state, be like Florida back in 2020, then so be it. But you'll be all right. Just hang in there. Don't get all, you're reading too, you're reading crap in these these websites, that are made up websites and people freaking you out. Don't freak out on this shit. When you read the stuff that you see on the internet, You're freaking out on bullshit that's fake. You're reading a bunch of fake, and I'm not talking about the New York Times or CNN or Fox News, which is somewhat fake at times. And but we're talking about these stupid websites. You guys are looking at stupid websites. It's like you look at the website, the name, and it's bullshit. It's not even a real website. It's like bullshit websites. There's no legitimacy to these websites, and you're watching and you're reading them, and you're being influenced by these bullshit websites. Okay, you're looking at me. Is that what you're saying? You're looking at me, and I'm putting a downer on your hope that Biden wins. Yeah, well, it looks like it. It looks like he's not going to win. No, it's not all bullshit, but legitimate sources, reporters are legitimate for the most part. But these little candlestein, I'm not saying that word. What do you call it? Candlestein? I can't say that. These little operations that claim to be websites, they put out false information and they're lying. It's just so ridiculous. So you probably shouldn't be. Now, if you want to watch, get the results, watch. Look, Fox News. I'm not a big fan of Fox News, but when it comes to this kind of thing, I think that they probably got something pretty. They got a pretty good grasp. They're not going to. Well, they might lead you the wrong way, but really the information is almost verbatim of what I'm getting from CNN. Between the two of them, you split the difference. You got an idea. Clandestine. Thank you. Clandestine. I can't. Thinking of like Candlestick Park or something. All right, so that's the plan. We're just going to wait until there's another state to color in, probably more likely red, it looks like, which is not good news for most of the population of this country, which is really crazy, right? Once again, the popular vote is not the president. Or it looks like it. Or it could be. Who knows? Well, it's not over yet. Hey, hang in there, guys. Hang in there. We'll see. We'll see. I don't know. A lot of it's being counted already. But don't get your hopes up. If they're going to be able, if these networks are going to say so and so wins, then that's as good as. There's no real. Rarely, that's. I wouldn't say it's as good as gold, but it's as good as pewter. It's as good as pewter. It's pretty accurate if they're going to say, But apparently, as you see, these polls, they keep saying these polls, blah blah blah. Once again, the polls are bullshit. Polls aren't happening. They're not really giving you an accurate description of what's going on. Once again. But then again, the final count is still, there's still a little ways to go. So we'll see. Anyway, I'll come back to see if there's something to color in. But there's really nothing. We got it already colored in. We're waiting for whatever, but no one's putting anything out yet. So, but Biden looks like he could be winning Arizona, but then again, he's up by 8 points, but it's 74% in, so there's still some time left on that. But he's up by 8 points. That's pretty good. Now, Texas, Trump is with 74% in. He's up by 4, so he's going to probably, most likely win that, I guess. I don't know. It's time to take a nap, says Nathan. Yeah, well, I'm going to chill out and watch TV and not talk about this. But look, I know a majority of people watching this are probably disappointed maybe that they would think that this would be a knockout. You would think it should be, but that's just not how the world. That's not how the world works. That's not how the United States works. It's far more complicated and looks like there's a fly. That's the Mike Pence fly. That's the fly that was on Mike Pence's head. Look at that. Oh, it flew away. Okay, like I said, I'm gonna disappear, and then when there's something to change, I'll come in and color it. All right. Okay. So, but hang out as long as you want. It's going to be open until we resolve most of it. Until maybe it just goes way too long in the night, and I'm just going to say forget it. But because there might be something not resolved by tonight, and it looks like it could be the case in some cases, but maybe not. Maybe it's all resolved by tonight. All right. I get Ohio? Let me see. I think I already colored it in, didn't I? Yeah, it's already there. That's Ohio, right? Let me see. Wait. No, that's Indiana. Okay, Ohio. Okay, we got to get Ohio. Hey, thank you, Arch in Heist. Thank you for the super chat. Thank you very much. Appreciate that. Okay, so here goes. Whoops, no. There's Ohio. Say goodbye to Ohio. Bye-bye, Ohio. See, you don't want to throw up. I know. Yeah, I agree. I agree. All right, so that's all I got to fill in. I already these were all like Hawaii's filled in, but I had that already filled in. We're still waiting on Arizona. Looks like that's going to be blue. Probably Nevada will probably be blue, but we don't know for sure. Now this is interesting. Could be blue, but we don't know, but maybe not. It's all going to come down to Pennsylvania, Michigan, and Wisconsin. And then Iowa is probably going to be red, and Minnesota is going to be blue. And then, of course, Georgia, we still don't know, but most likely, and North Carolina, most likely, blah blah blah. Okay, so we're waiting on these guys. They're not locking it in yet. These other ones, but we just got the Ohio one. CNN put it with the Ohio, so I'll put it down. But now my Fox News thing does not put Ohio in yet, but it's pretty clear it's there. Georgia is it says 79% in, and Trump's ahead by 7 points. So and then Trump's ahead by 3 points in Florida with like 98%. So yeah, and then he's only up by 1 point with 94% in North Carolina. So that, who knows? You don't know. And then Texas, he's up by 5 points, it says, and with 78 in. Yeah, I mean, that's a good sign he's going to get that one. All right, whatever. All right. Yeah, that's the latest update. I'll come back in. Then there's another state to fill in. We really only have what 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 states, and those little guys, forget them. I don't know. But Maine is really not resolved. I have it blue, but I might have to adjust that, and I think it's Nebraska. Yeah, there's still hope. I know. have hope, have faith, because potentially, I don't know. There's a chance, but it doesn't look good. But then again, it's going to be close one way or the other. So it doesn't look good either way. Whatever team you're on, you're it's not a blowout one way or the other. It's going to be close, I think. Except for there is a slim chance that there could be just a crap load of these mail-in ballots that are heavily Democratic that have not been counted, and that's what they're speculating that could have some play. So, and these so who knows? Okay. But these are at the moment. That's probably why some of these, clearly Pennsylvania, they're not going to solve that one anytime soon. Pennsylvania, and for that matter, Michigan and Wisconsin. Those states are not going to be resolved anytime soon. I think everything else will probably be resolved before then. But we'll be into the morning. I'll probably fall asleep before then. But I'm going to keep the camera, the live feed going. Okay. So with that in mind, I'm going to disappear until there's some more. There's an update. Okay, we got an update. Let's Paint TV Decision 2020. We are giving off Florida to Trump. Trump has taken Florida. Okay, that is the news. And we're still waiting to give Arizona to Biden, but we're not sure yet. That is, we're still not going to call that yet. Some other news networks are projecting to be the case for Biden, but we're not still ready to give that to Biden yet. Okay. Let's see what else we have. All right, I guess that's it. Your home state says, yeah, McCain. It looks like it's gonna be a blue state, which is really unusual. I was in Tucson. I had an art show at the museum, Contemporary Art Museum. There was pretty. I was very fortunate to, it was very nice to be to have a show there. It was it was a great experience. Let's just say. So I hung out in Tucson, Arizona. I think it was the only time I ever been in Arizona. No, I was in Flagstaff. No, not. Yeah, I went through Flagstaff. Okay, and I've been to Phoenix. Okay. I did an art fair there. Okay, but anyway, recently I went to Tucson, and I was just gonna say, people walk around there with like machine guns, because it's an open carry state. That's crazy. I couldn't imagine walking around with a machine gun all the time. But hey, there you have it. Okay. Anyway, everything else is too close to call. Too close to call. But I don't think anyone really realistically thought that they were going to win Florida. But they should, But, I would think. I don't know. What do I know? I just think it's really hard to imagine how you vote for someone who's just an asshole all the time. I mean, how can you be an asshole all the time and expect people to vote for you? But this guy gets away with it. It's crazy. It's crazy. I mean, I guess there's some charm, and I guess there is, but it's really, I don't know where it's at. I don't know where you see that. Yeah, I know. He's done so much stuff. It's crazy. It's hard to believe anyone votes for the guy. You would think people, but people are frustrated. They just want to see. They kind of want to see. I think some of the supporters just want to see anarchy and the end of the world. Armageddon kind of stuff going on, or so. I don't know. Part of me thinks that could be the case. I don't know. You see the supporters. They are slightly crazy. For the most part, they're not very even keeled, it seems. But then again, both sides have that issue to some degree. There's always that issue potential. So, well, anyway, let's hope those mail-in ballots come through for you Biden supporters, if anyone's out there. I don't know if there are. But what's amazing is that, regardless, what's amazing is that we will find a way to keep going even though we have this situation. It's crazy. It really is crazy, but it's not good. I don't know why we have this, and you know, I think we all wanted to have this. Well, maybe we do, but I don't see it happening. Florida needed to go, and Texas, you know, we're doomed, says Tempore 54. All right, hang in there. Hang in there. We still got the house, baby. We still got the house, my fellow demos. Hey, a divided house is kind of is good. A divided, it keeps things from happening, ramrodding things through. But you clearly see this. What happens with the president is able to do so much more than a divided house can do. And again, the Senate is way more powerful than the House is. So, yeah, so we're kind of screwed. We've been screwed, man. We're screwed. It looks like we're going to be screwed maybe another 4 years, maybe. But look, what changed in the last 10, 15 minutes? We all knew that Florida was going to go, and we all know that Texas is going too. Don't fool yourself. So what are we hoping for? I don't know. We can only hope for Minnesota, which is Trump is ahead by 10 points. Now there's these mail-in ballots that we don't know about. And then Trump is ahead by 15 points, and it's because they're not counting the mail-in ballots. So it's crazy. And then Wisconsin, he's also ahead by 5 points. They're not counting the mail-in ballots. So these are problematic states, and they're probably gonna go to the Supreme Court, and they're gonna blah blah blah, and it's just gonna be fucked up. And so we're down to those 3 states. North Carolina, 94% it says, and Trump is ahead by 1 point. I don't know. It doesn't look good there. Trump is ahead by 7 points in Georgia. But they probably haven't even counted all those, votes in Fulton County, where Atlanta is. And it looks like we have a Trumper in the chat room who drinks the blood of ridiculousness. I have a hard time talking to any of these. If you're going to come in, I'm not talking to you guys. I can't talk to you. Just say goodbye. Anytime anyone shows up with some nutcase, Pizzagate nonsense, you're out of here. I don't want to see you ever in the chat room. Goodbye. That's the problem with the internet. I'm telling you, there's something wrong with this free-flowing internet. It's got a lot of problems. There's just no way there's no logic when you got people who are who are inundated and being lambasted with the most insane ridiculousness, and then they believe it to be the Bible, which again, that could be a whole issue right there. That could be all made up too. But this internet is some bullshit, and all your bullshit information you're getting from the internet, you're all full of it. but it's going to keep on going. And it looks like you're going to keep winning. So let's see what happens. But you can't always win. You can't always win with your bullshit. You can't always win with your bullshit. Doesn't last. Reality will set in on your bullshit. All right, we'll wait until the next shoe falls. Next shoe falls. Let's see. That's a next shoe falls. The next. That's a place. Next shoe falls. I like that. It's a good idea. All right. Well, anyway, I'll come back and we'll probably paint Texas red. I feel sorry for the people in Texas, and I feel sorry for the people in Louisiana. I feel sorry for all those people that vote that are not part of that, that are Democrats and have a conscience for humanity and for fellow human beings. I feel sorry for you guys that are stuck in those states that will not allow for that. Well, it hasn't turned green. It hasn't turned green yet. Hasn't turned blue yet, but it looks like it will. But it might not make a difference. We got Pennsylvania, baby, got to come through, baby, and Michigan and Wisconsin. As we're down to those last states, these other guys in the middle, the Midwest and in the Southeast is typical. Classic. And man, if Georgia, I mean, it's pathetic. It's sad. It's sad and pathetic that these states in the southeast, with these large African American population, particularly Georgia, Mississippi, Louisiana. I mean, why? How are the Republicans winning these states? Ridiculous. Talk about the continuation of these various intimidation, of the ballot box. It is crazy. It is crazy. It is sad. It is sad. I don't know when you're going to break through. How are you going to break through? Thank God you have some. You do have some cities. You have various you have leaders that are African American in various cities, but that's all you get. No, that's fucked up. You have enough people to win the state, but apparently not. Maybe not. Maybe I don't know the population. Maybe there are more redneck white people in these various states, but I doubt it. I think there's some suppression of the vote. I think there's some illegal counting of the vote, and there's that was the case with the woman that lost the judgeship in Georgia last time. Anyway, look. Everybody wants to try to make everything right, and everybody thinks they're right. But deep down, there are some serious racist MFers. There's some deep down awful thinking minded people out there, and they are clearly on one side. What are you going to call the Democrats? Oh, you're communists. That's all you can say? And that's not even true. That's bullshit. We talked about that earlier. All right, well, anyway, I'll come back when there's another state to color in. All right, you're watching the Let's Paint TV Decision 2020. I can't even pronounce your name, man. What? Your name is crazy. How am I supposed to pronounce that? Nendernist. I can't. That's too deep, man. I can't even get in there. But anyway, yeah. Haha. At least I'm not a poor person rallying. I can't even say it. Fuck it. For the 1%. Rallying. I can't say it, man. That's like German or something. Archit hit hist. It's an acronym for my name. I can't do it, man. I can't pronounce the German. I can't even speak English. You kidding me? I went to Oakland Public Schools. My English is not very good. Okay, super fragilistic. Says okay. I don't know. Okay, we're waiting for another state to color in. I'm getting a little, having a few drinks. My name is Shauna. Okay, Shauna. Thank you. There you go, Shauna. Oh no, don't give me the German. I cannot do the German. Das in kann durch. This is no German. Okay. Yeah, I can't. I have a hard time. Though I've been in. I've never been to Germany. Actually, I went to the airport, through the airport there, but I've been in Austria a couple of times, and but everyone speaks English. Thank God, because there's no way I can understand the German. German's crazy. It's just I don't understand Spanish. And you think, look, I at least I try to give it myself, put off that I'm some kind of peace-loving liberal, whatever. But I can't speak any other language than just English, and again I can't even speak that. So, but you learn what you learn when you're in different places where you can't speak a language. Body language. Body language is so much more important. Body language. Let me tell you. That is the story. That's how you get along, people. Body language. Body odor too. Body odor is a good thing too. You'll make some friends and no friends. Body odor. Okay, I'll be right back when we get an update. Oh, wait a second. We do have an update. Bum. Bum. I misplaced this. It just kind of snuck up on me, but we got Iowa. Bum coming in, and then Minnesota, which is, it's all like we knew that would be the case. So let's go ahead and fill those in. Let's do Minnesota next. Now, Iowa at the very beginning was looking like it could have been a Biden move, but no, not at all. Okay, so there we go. So look, those will snuck up on me. I was rapping away, talking crap. Okay, so now we are down to just a handful of states, and oh man, this is not looking good. Not looking good. Look at this. Okay, now I'm looking at the Fox News one, and this is what's all looking. Now, well, anyway, so they say this could be Republican. So far, this is Biden. Okay, this is Trump, and this is Trump. This is Trump. This is Trump. This is Trump. Everything else is Trump. Everything is Trump. Everything left. Well, this might be Biden. All right. Well, whatever. I'm no expert. We're just painting it, and I'm talking shit. And drinking a few drinks. Speaking my piece. I love you all, but I love you a little less. If you know what I mean. All right. Okay, I'm going to disappear until there's another update. Bump, 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 bump. But there's still there's still optimism on both sides, but it does look like it's going to be a Trump win. But you know what? It might not be. It could still be a Biden win. If he can pull off Pennsylvania and Michigan. But that's a big if, right? Those mail-in ballots, man, they better come through. Forget Texas. Forget it. I should just paint in Texas. Forget that. Texas will never go Democrat. That shit's been... This whole area screwed, man. They should just be their own damn fucking country. This whole area right here. All right, just kidding. But it's kind of true. And maybe Florida, too. Just a little bit. Parts of it. Particularly up here. Okay, I'm kidding. I'm having a good time. Hey, don't get upset now. Have a good time, guys. It's going to be all right. We'll get through it. All right, I'll be right back in a few minutes when we have an update. Trump still leads by 5 points, it says, with 81% in Texas, which we kind of know that. Trump leads by 5 points, I think, with it looks like 80% in Georgia. North Carolina, Trump is ahead by a point. That is close. Trump's up by 4 in Wisconsin with 84% in. That's not good. He's got 61% in, and he's up by 8 in Michigan. That's not good. But they're not counting the mail-in ballots. I don't think that's correct. Okay. All right, well, anyway, we'll come back in a few minutes. Yeah, they should just, instead of like once, they should split, like they do that, don't they? They do that in Maine and in Nebraska. They split it up, the electoral votes, at least partially, in those states. So that would be good. So like California, because California's got like 61 votes. It's crazy, but there are parts of California, like in the middle there, that are big Republican areas. They always are, and they should get votes. I guess. Actually, no, I don't think they should. All right, I'm just being I'm just being a homer, okay? I'm just always been a homer for being a Democrat. All right, just so forgive me if I swear or cuss out the other side. But I'll just reiterate. Not that I don't think anyone really is a big. Most of the country is not a Trump fan, and that's the sad part here. But we will get through it, and it actually might. We'll survive. Hopefully, most of us. We might have to fight for it. We might have to fight for our rights to party. Okay. I'll be right back when we have an update. Probably Texas is going to go red, most likely, before I give up on tonight. And probably we might know what's going on with North Carolina and Arizona, and probably we'll know what's going on with Nevada, which is supposed to be a Democratic thing, but we don't know. It's a toss-up state, kind of. And but I think they're painting it as Pennsylvania and Michigan, and to some extent Wisconsin. That is not going to be resolved until probably tomorrow morning. It looks like. But if it's heavily one way or the other, it might, Oh, there it goes, Texas. There we go. They got the call, Texas. There it goes. There it goes. That's pretty sad. That's pretty sad in my mind, but whatever. What are you going to do? It is. The thing is it is what it is. Here we go. We knew it was going to happen, so there you go. Boom. Okay, so we're just kind of waiting for this one. It really. Well, in Maine there is something to be said about Maine, and there's an electoral vote in Nebraska, which I think that's where that. Maybe I'm wrong. I think that's Nebraska to be had for maybe Biden. All right, let's. I'll come back when they might figure out Georgia and North Carolina. I probably it's going to go red. It's just you kind of sense that's going to happen. So the only takeaway from apparently last time is that Arizona went blue. That might be the only change from the map from 2016. That's pathetic. That is pathetic, man. Coming from just, well, hey, what are you gonna do? As they say, it is what it is. It is what it is. I'll be right back. We got more updates, and we'll fill in the rest of the map. Okay. let's see if there's any update here. Let's see. Are you there, Eric J. Montoya? How's the president doing? You feeling good about? This is still a close race. I mean, it's still close. This is like a chess game. It's fascinating. You know, last time 4 years ago, it was I think it was over by the evening, wasn't it? I don't know. It feels like this is going a lot longer, maybe because of the mail-in ballots. We just don't know. Anyway, again, you feeling good? Feeling good about your man, Mr. Donald J. Trump? What if he loses, Eric? What if he loses, my buddy? Oh, I have an unrelated question. How many cats do you have, and what are their names? I'm not at liberty to tell you anything about my personal life. I keep that out of the world projection, just for various reasons. So, but thanks for the question. Or I could just, Manny, Mo, and Jack, the Pet Boys. That's the name of my cats, Manny, Mo, and Jack. We'll just leave it at that. You love that soda? Soda under the sink. All right, so we're doing good. We're doing good, I guess. I don't know. Your cat has an Instagram page? That is so 1972. No, that is so 2019. You wish you had more booze? I got some brandy. I'm working on some brandy from Armenia. Armenian brandy. Oh, yeah. It's good. Yeah, it's fascinating. Look, I can get down on thinking, geez, I want everybody to be happy and all, but some people are not going to be happy about the results here, and I'm like I said, I'm kind of, and have been, over it from day one, and I think it's because I'm also always dealing with my own personal issues, so outside issues such as this is just another thing to deal with. You know what I mean? It's like there's more to life than this, and yet this is important, and this is an opportunity for people to vote and make changes. And as you can see, it doesn't always work for the better. Always. Just remind, always. It can work, and it does work, but it doesn't always work. But the people will, regardless of the vote, will have their say. Just remember that. You mark my words on that. The people will always have their say, regardless of the vote. They will. Okay, any update? But now I colored in. See, now they didn't color. Wait. Okay, that's we're looking for Wisconsin. Okay, yeah, Wisconsin, Michigan, which I was supposed to be there this year, but because of COVID. Okay, anyway, and then Pennsylvania. Those are the big guys that they have no idea what's going on. These are majorly leaning Republican, and it looks like Republican. He might get Nevada, actually. Let's see what that looks like. Trump. That's because of Eric J. Trump. Eric J. Trump is in Nevada, and he voted for Eric J. Trump. He voted for himself. Anyway, he's kicking serious ass at them. Oh, wait a second. They got an update. Boom. They just popped it. Biden up by 6 points with 50% of the vote in. Boom. But that's expected. That was expected. Hey, what's your middle name? Is it John? You know, people don't know what Donald J. Trump's middle name is, but it's John. Just letting you know. So I do have something in connection. I do have something in connection, conjunction, relation. I have a whatever. What's the word? I go blank half the time here. I mean, it's because I'm drinking Armenian brandy. Could be the case. Okay. Wisconsin. Now I'm using Fox News election results. Is sort of it's a interactive thing. It's pretty up. You know, it kind of keeps a good update. And Wisconsin, Trump is up by only 4 points now. So that's interesting. And he's only up by 9, which seems like a lot in Michigan. And he's up by 14 in Pennsylvania. And that's because they're not counting the vote, the mail-in ballots. So that's something. I don't know. I did move on to the brandy. That's how I do with the elections every 4 years. They should have the people come on and just get smashed every 4 years. But you know, I wouldn't mind. Look, okay, I'm always. I guess my mic's not necessarily next to my face, but you know, I'm clearly a homer for the Democratic side. I just historically I always feel like that's the better route to take, and there's many reasons why. I have a lot of reasons to explain why I'm always going to be a Democrat or a liberal Democrat or someone that's going to side to the left in a sense. But that doesn't stop me or you know, that doesn't prevent me from interacting with someone from the other side usually, except for if they start you know, bringing about falsehoods about, like, you know, Pizzagate and, you know, flat earth. Eric J. Montoya. You know, stuff like that. Then I go, okay, wait a second. But if it's in good play, I can handle it usually. But there's just some kind of ridiculous mindset that I'm not able to, you know, entertain at some point, and I just say, you know, that's just nonsense. So I can't continue on with the conversation. But in general, I'm pretty good about being able to hang with people from the other side to some degree. I'm not like totally at arms with someone from the other side. I mean, it helps to understand where they're coming from, but I just don't know where they're coming from. If they're coming from with you know, full-on racism, then yeah, it's really hard to accept that. You know, it's hard to try to understand that. How are you supposed to understand that? That's, you know, that's like It's impossible. But Eric, I, for some reason, you may be the only Trumpster, that flat earther that I know, that I'm actually, I feel like I'm friends with. You may be the only one, actually. But that's a good sign. That's a good sign. I mean, there are people out there from your opposite polar thinking, and how much is it really that polar? I don't know, but it seems to be night and day for many of us. But maybe it's not. I don't know. I mean, well, you have your reasons. I mean, it seems ridiculous to think that the Earth is flat. I mean, it just seems just hard to imagine that. But there's, you have your reason. Now, you're not into the whole Pizzagate stuff, are you, Eric? Don't tell me that. I'll still be your friend, but I just gonna, because I like you anyway. But for other reasons. But think about Trump. As much as you hate him, there's some charm to him, and that's the thing is that people vote for people. People voted for Bush for the charm that he had. There was that little slight charm that Bush had, versus Al Gore. Al Gore had no charm at all. There was nothing redeeming to Al Gore. He was like a robot. And Michael Dukakis. These Republican and Hillary Clinton. I mean, look. I mean, I'm from this side. I'm from the side of a liberal Democrat, or at least thinking that I am. And these people are someone that you don't want to hang out with. At least. Did you vote for Jeffrey Valance? Nice. At least with Obama, he had some charisma. And that's probably and also Bill Clinton. He had charisma. Biden has charisma to some extent, and he does. And I think he probably was the best choice. Though Bernie Sanders, of course, it's too late now, but it would have been fun to see Bernie Sanders up against, or maybe 4 years ago would have been better, but it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. It's too late now. And it wouldn't have worked, because he would have just been labeled as a communist. There's no way around it, The burn, no, it's just not going to happen. It would never happen. That's the problem. You're up against these people. You have to vote. You have to have people campaign or win votes from people from Pennsylvania, Michigan, Florida, Texas, and these kind of places, and you're going to get 0 votes from someone like that. 0 votes. There's nothing there, But anyway, yeah, I mean, I don't have anything against with I mean, I would have been fun. It would have been exciting to have him, and maybe there would have been a better groundswell of people actually voting for him and all. But I don't know if that would have been the case again in these sort of places that we're all trying to appeal to, or people have to, in terms of getting their votes. It's not a popular vote. It's the electoral college. It's a chess game. And so you can't necessarily make that risk, but maybe next time they're probably going to just do it. I don't know who's in the line now for the Democrats. Not that this is over. It could be. Who knows? Still close. But if the Democrats lose again, who's down in the pike? Who's next to come up? There are no more old fuddy-duddies. There's no more Bidens. Not that I know of. We got a new batch of young whippersnappers. And who's got the charisma? Could somebody that, and it will not be Bernie Sanders. He's going to be like 90 years old. But, I still think that Biden would be a good choice for being president. I think it would be good. Again, I'm fine with them being president if that's the case. But it doesn't look like it. But it could be with those mail-in ballots. People are tired of Trump. I mean, really. You want to do another 4 years of this? It's like being in prison for 4 years. You want to do another 4 years of prison? Okay. I guess you've already done it. I guess we'll do another 4. Okay. Let's do it. Let's do another 4 years of prison. You want to do another 20 years, says Eric Shea Montoya. I do love you, brother. I do love you. Hey, like I said, I have my issues and I have my thoughts, but at the same time, I understand there's people from the other side that for some reason, I have no idea why. You believe to be the other case, and so what can you do? But here's the thing. That's a good example. Why can't we have better? Now people are always talking like, oh man, why can't we get along with the people on the other side? But then they always end up, then it's not the case, and it's just like. It's crazy, but I kind of think that the person, that's in charge, President Trump, is instigating it all and making it worse. Kind of like Lex Luthor and all that, which makes it kind of fun, and it's fun for people to see. So that's cool, I guess, but it's entertaining, but I don't think it's really good. I think it's just divisive for the country. But to say that he's just all evil, I don't know. Maybe not. I kind of question it. Again, if you end up as a country not going to war, that's a good thing. Hopefully that continues to be not the case. That's a plus, frankly, But sadly, the biggest mistake, which is, regardless of the personality of the president, which I think is what I think most of the country don't like about him, because he does seem to be a little racist and somewhat unfriendly overall. Not to say that there's some charm to him, and there is, but he's kind of, abrasive. But anyway, there's no. I kind of lost my train of thought, but getting back to it, we haven't gone into a war with him, so count our blessings on that. Hopefully we continue on with that not being the case. Going back to that, but now this virus is like a war. Think about that, and he probably in many respects failed miserably, just because the fact that he was trying to hide it, just strictly because he was hiding the fact that it was so awful. I mean, that's just terrible, you know. Now, I think what's made him successful is that he got it, and then he survived, and then I think it gave people hope in a weird way, right? People like, wait a second, president, he's 70-something years old, where he's not, whatever, and he got it. Now, of course, he got all the best medicine ever, but he survived it, and now he's like, you know, not afraid of the thing, you know, and that's what people want. So I think that's what he got some votes for that. Yeah, I don't think you don't want to underestimate what that was about, you know. And now here's the thing: maybe he didn't even get it. That was all made up. That could have been made up. But nevertheless, it made it sound like, you know, don't worry about this thing. And then you have these, you know, scientists just saying, look, this next month is going to be terrible. And then sure enough, what's going to happen? He could become president again, which looks like he could, maybe, I don't know. And then next month, we're going to have 100,000 people die, but he's still president. You know, he did what he had to do to become president again. And we're still going to have tons of people die. Anyway, just a thought. I don't know. This is, you know, you can go whatever speculation you want. It's endless. It's going to be 1 million cases. Yeah, but you know, QB. That whole thing about 1 million cases, that's besides the point. It has nothing to do with people in the hospital and people dying. There's so many people within those cases that have they're not even getting sick, and it's just, okay, get up early and good luck. I hope who you're voting for wins by tomorrow morning. I think this is going to go into the morning, and they clearly say it is. Okay, good night. Thanks for the tip. Thanks for the super chat, buddy. That was very, very nice of you. I didn't advertise for it. I wasn't plugging about that or nothing. But it's always nice to get a couple of bucks. Eric says COVID is not Trump's fault, but nobody is mad. What? Uh-oh. Oh no, it's still here. Good. It's still here. I did lose. I did lose this shot. Okay, let me see if there's an update. I'm going to disappear and see what they say. If there's any update, any election results. Let's see what this says at the moment. I think it's amazing that these people, you know, the newscasters are so good about not like showing their hand in terms of who they're kind of voting for. They're like, I guess they're always being told not to, but man, it's I don't know how you could not do that. Anyway, Trump leads by 3 points in Georgia. That's getting close. He only leads by 1 point in North Carolina. That's close. But time is running out over there. And then again, Pennsylvania, Michigan, and well, it looks like he's going to win Wisconsin just by time's running out. But he's only up by 4 there. I don't know. Biden, I mean, and then it's just stuck there. It's 77% there. A lot more votes coming in on Nevada for Biden. It's already jumped up to 55%. Biden's up by 5%. Yeah. Fake news, buddy. Welcome to the world of fake news. All right, buddy. All right, Eric J. Montoya. Have a good night. I don't know. I'm not going to really spend much time here. I'll watch a little more. I might come in and paint in another state if one shows up one way or the other. I think I might just leave the camera on all night, though. Well, it's a crazy thing. This is something that we, the whole respiratory wearing mask, something that humans have not had to deal with for over 100 years. I mean, think about it. It's crazy. It's not something that people can really handle. And it really doesn't matter what side you're on. Left or right or whatever the hell conservative, liberal. It is just impossible to wrap your head around it, and being told to just wear a mask. Now, it's a lot easier for people that are, in maybe that had to deal with that kind of respiratory mask wearing thing, like in Asian countries that sort of were dealing with those kind of things, bird flu and stuff, and that all seemed kind of foreign to us, but bam, we got it finally. It finally came to us. And so yeah, we got to deal with it. And it's hard to know what to do. It's hard to know how to be productive. It's hard to know, like, how do you make, how does the economy go when we have this stupid virus going, and you got to get the economy. You can't just shut it down. They're not going to shut it down. Though they did initially, which I think was somewhat of a breather overall, but they had to open it up, I guess, maybe. I don't know. Okay, I'll wait. I'm going to check back in and see if we got, maybe we can paint Arizona for you, or Nevada. Most likely they'll go blue, but Georgia looks interesting though. Wow, if that came through, Pennsylvania, wow. This all down to a couple of things. What about Alaska? Let's take a look at Alaska, man. What's that? Trump's up by 20%, 20 points in, but with 20%, 25% in. There's only 3 votes over there, but whatever. All right, I'll come back in a few minutes if there's some change. All right? Okay. We'll get through it, whoever's the new president. And they're boarding up businesses because people are afraid that there's just people going to go ransacked and go crazy, and that's messed up. But you know what? That's what's been happening, and that whole nonsense is the reason why we have such a close election, frankly. And it's too bad, frankly, I think. But that's my own take. That's what happened in 1968 too, by the way, and we were all warned about it. People warned us about it. That was going to happen. Okay. I'll be right back. That's how Nixon got elected. All right, we have an update. Okay, where's Nebraska? Nebraska. Where's Nebraska? Now we painted it orange, red. We should paint it orange. Okay, red. And where the hell is Nebraska? Shit. Jeez. Okay, I'm gonna look. I can't figure it out now. Oh wait, I can look at it here. Here we go. Let's take a look. It will show. Nebraska is just above Colorado. Okay. So this is Colorado. And that's Nebraska. Okay. So boom, right there. Joe Biden took one. One delegate. That's the update. This is a close race. It's going to be close, but it's coming down to, I guess they can't figure this out or this yet. Let me see. Biden by only 3 points. Oh, it's getting close there. By the way, Evan says, to my friends the whole night, you are so inspiring. I love you, man. I love you, Evan, buddy. I love you, man. All right. Well, no, I'm just kidding. I mean, I'm not kidding. No, I appreciate it. No, that's the response. I appreciate it. Thank you very much. I love you too. No, I do. That's very sweet of you. Thank you. Boy, Arizona is just stuck. It's been stuck at 77% for a long time with Biden up by 7 points or 5 points. It's crazy. And same thing. Well, Nevada's cooking. It's ending. It's going to end pretty soon, Nevada. But I guess I don't know. Okay. Well, anyway, this is not going to be solved tonight. Basically, Trump is still ahead by 3 points in Georgia, but there's still a lot more voting in there, and he's only up by 1 point in North Carolina. So that's still kind of close in a weird way, right? And he's up a shitload in Pennsylvania, but they're not counting the votes yet, the mail-ins. He's up by 9 in Michigan. That's a crap load. And only 4, but 80% in Wisconsin. So all that's weird. That's not really... Anyway. Okay. That's the update. On our map. Yeah, it could go either way. I mean, this could go either way, man. Wow. As much as I've given up on the idea that Biden could be the next president of the United States, he could, but then he also could not. I do believe 4 years ago it was like really obvious, and Trump was the president by evening, you know? I mean, this is already 11 o'clock, and we're still trying to find out who's going to win. it's going to be all right. Look, I'm just trying to make you guys feel all right. If don't, it's not the end of the world. Either way, we're going to be all right one way or the other. These states, they're making the decision. These states, they make the decision that that's who they want to have president. That's who they want to have president. What are you going to do? You didn't convince them otherwise. The only scary thing is now we've battled with this president the last almost 4 years now. With whatever he has tried to do, we as a people or as politicians, judges, and various ways of there's ways to fight back. So the president, as much as they have a bully pulpit, they don't have a full. They're not able to just do anything they want, even though they may think, and particularly if they were able and may very well have a second run at it, they still get, it's not easy peasy for them. They're not going to just run through. It's not, and the whole thing, anyway. So we'll be all right. As a nation, we'll be all right. Whatever side you are crying over the fact that didn't win. But it is too early to call. But clearly, the popular vote is going to be Biden, and that's kind of a strange, sad reality. Now, this is an interesting thing, right? Maine and Nebraska are two states that do that kind of divvying up of the electoral votes. That could be some kind of interesting play, couldn't it? Now that would break up part of California, like particularly right here. That's a full-on Republican area right here, or it tends to be. And maybe parts of Texas could and Florida, could be blue. It would be more broken up possibly, and this area would probably be red, and whatever. It'd be fascinating to see it more broken up, but might be a little more confusing. It would be very confusing. All right, we're just waiting a little longer. I'm going to probably disappear until we have another thing to add. Still waiting on Arizona. It would have been a while. It should have been a while ago to add to Arizona. We'll figure it out. It's going to be we'll be all right, guys. As much as we have issues and frustrations, like my whole thing about the whole healthcare thing, I've always thought this is the most dumbest thing on earth, that healthcare is tied to your job. Now that was the way it was for a long time, but that needs to stop. People should not be tied to their healthcare based on the job they have, because you all know when you have to quit your job or you get fired or whatever happens, then you don't have health care anymore. And then you have to do COBRA. Anyone ever try to do COBRA? Now, I'm no expert on this. I've never had to deal with it, because and most people do not, because it's way too expensive. And that's bullshit. It has to be based on your income, and that's what Obamacare is, and that's why this president is such an asshole about it. It's because he does not want to just accept that as a good move what Obama did, and he's just an asshole about that. And I have a lot of animosity for him for that, but maybe he can turn around and make it work, and and then we'll be all happy together at some point, but whatever. What's that, QB? If Dems picked up on that platform on healthcare, Biden would, I don't know. I never heard anyone talk about this. I feel like I'm the only one that's ever talked about this. It's amazing. It's amazing. It just seems so crazy. I'm like the only person that has brought up this thing. Why are we tying healthcare to your fucked up job that you got? You got a fucked up job, but I got healthcare from that job, so I'm going to stay with my fucked up job and my fucked up boss. Oh, great. Great. That's wonderful. That's bullshit. Yeah, but there's nothing wrong. There's nothing about, it's not being socialist or whatever. And Democrats need to stand up and slap this right-wing bullshit scare tactic about what a Democrat is and what socialism is. And they treat it as if it's some kind of communism takeover. It's not. It's just separating healthcare. All we're asking is to separate healthcare from your fucked up job. Your fucked up job. You're in servitude. You know, you become you're like a sharecropper or a slave to fucking healthcare because of your fucked up job that you hate. Now fuck that. Your healthcare should be supported based on what the fuck you make when you pay your fucking taxes. That's what it should be. It's not about your awesome job that became shitty or good or whatever, but you can't leave. And then if you do leave or you get laid off, and then you got to go to Cobra Care? Cobra Care? What the fuck is that? That's some bullshit, overpriced shit. That's called privatization of healthcare, and that's bullshit. It's not even communism. It's not, it's barely even socialism. It's just straight up common sense. There's nothing socialist or communist about this. If you call that socialism, well then what is fucking Social Security? And it's not Medicare for all. No. I mean, maybe it is. Is that what it is? Well then fine. Fuck it. Let's do it. Medicare for all. Fuck it. Fuck that shit. Fuck your fucking job. Give me some fucking health care. How about that? How about that? That's the political message. You think that's going to win people in Texas? You think that's going to get the vote in Texas? You think that's going to get the vote in fucking Mississippi? Probably not. We're not going to win on that one. But we should. And they're kind of behind the times on the thinking here. But they're the ones, they're taking advantage of Social Security. They're taking advantage of Social Security, And the Democrats are so fucking lame about not talking shit about that and pointing that out. Democrats got to point that shit out on the fucking right-wing fuck Republicans who want to just be all privatized, this and that. Everything's privatized, and the big-time slave owner, corporation motherfucker, money-making motherfucker that's going to give you a little shitty fucking job that you're going to get your fucking health care on. That's what it's all about. That's fucked up. That's fucked up. Yeah, rack that shit. Rack that shit. Play it to the whole fucking world, man. This is bullshit, and you're fucked up for fucking talking shit about what the fuck's going on. It's not fucking communism, you stupid fucks. It's not fucking Venezuela and shit. It's fucking common sense. It's separating fucking healthcare from your stupid fucking job. That's what it's about. Because your job sucks. Anyway, I don't know what I'm talking about, but maybe I do. So there you go. I am a little fervent and overly excited about the idea. But I just don't understand that. I don't understand how people can't just come to terms with that, you know? But maybe there are, and you know, I said this earlier, the people are, you know, they are, you know, regardless of the vote, you know, regardless of Supreme Court judges and stuff, you know, people will still overcome, and people will still find ways, you know, righteousness, or not righteousness, that's not a good word necessarily. But I think the right thing will come. I think people will realize it. People will realize that you know, but we're just not able to, we're not able to handle it. I don't know. There's a lot of fear, you know. But personally, it just seems, now, prove to me wrong, you know. Now, I know a lot of people have these jobs. A lot of people have these jobs that are connected to healthcare, and that you grow up, and that is a big part of being part of, you know, working, you know, that was a big deal, part of the United States for a long time. You got a job, and you got healthcare with that job. It was connected. But then again, you can't keep that job for your whole entire life. Who does that? Boom. Where you go now? Cobra Care? I mean, who's done that? Who's ever tried Cobra Plan? That's some overpriced bullshit. Okay, I'm just harping on this, and I'll keep harping on it 100 times, and I might be I'm probably incredibly wrong somewhere, but I think there's a point here to be made, and that is that you shouldn't have your health care connected to your job. That's just stupid. That is some stupid ass shit. And look, what job, what business wants to have to put money into your health care anyway? They don't. Who wants to pay that shit? If you're if you run a business, do you really want to put money into your fellow workers' health care when you could be saving that money for, you know, a giant, you know, Hummer, a big old, you know, some kind of truck, or you know, some whatever, you know, the cement truck or whatever, you know, you're doing whatever you got to do for your business, now you don't even have to put any money into your workers' health care. How about that? Wouldn't that be sweet? That's a business. That's a win-win for your business. Think about that. That's not a bad idea. What business wants to be shelling out money for your workers' health care when that's they're based on how much money they made and it goes into taxes and then they divvy it up and then the government figures that out. And then there's no more health care bullshit. Get rid of that shit. Can separate health care from work. That's what you need to do. People need to start thinking about this. Let's do it now. All right. Just a thought. Yeah, I don't get that. What I get is QB. What I get is that look, people are gonna lose their jobs. They're gonna move to another job. When that happens, what happens to your health care? You can't take it from the job that you had and take it to another job, and so then you're screwed. Maybe that's not a big deal. You know what? I'm obviously I don't know. I'll just back away because I'm just harping and having a good time rapping and talking nonsense, and I don't have any specifics. So I'm going to just back away. I don't know what I'm talking about, so I'll just leave it at that. I'm having a good time. All right, we're just chatting. How about that? Just chatting. Take that, huh? How you feel about that, huh? Good times? All right. Do we have an update? Bum, 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 bum. Dum, bum, 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 bum. I can tell you that Joe Biden has now taken Pennsylvania, Michigan, and Wisconsin, Arizona, and Nevada, and Georgia, and North Carolina, and Maine, and he has won the presidency of the United States. Bum, 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 bum. All right. Getting ahead of myself. Wishful thinking, I know. But it is a tie. It's literally a tie race at the moment. We don't know what's going on here. It's crazy. It does look like he's going to win Alaska, and I already painted him in red for that, so, but it's not official. Yeah, Arizona is not budging. They're still at 70, 77, 78%. That's really slow over there. Georgia, he's only 3% now, but who knows what's going on over there. He's still up by 1 in North Carolina. I guess they're still too close to call, but they'll call them, but they're really close. All right, I might disappear here in a minute. Come back if we have an update. speaking of healthcare, I don't know if this is about a referendum about healthcare, and it really isn't, because I don't think people even know what this is, a referendum. I can't even say it. About whatever. People are voting about whatever the hell they're voting for, and I think partially it's about fear of the boogeyman or something, the white concern about, race from white people, they're, from the middle, they really harped on that, and that really, is plays a big part in the voting here. But I think healthcare ultimately is going to play into it. So I guess I'm talking about it, but because I think it's going to be ultimately the healthcare is going to be the one that's going to maybe get the axe, the Obamacare, which in many respects I don't see why people are giving it a hard time, and it's because these Republican states never introduced any of the they prevented the operation of Obamacare in the first place, and that's why like Texas and people are frustrated in those states because of Obamacare doesn't really work in those states, and that's because they had Republican governors and senators and whatever bash it and prevent it from being working correctly. So it's kind of sad, no one in California is complaining about Obamacare. Very few people. The people that complain about Obamacare in California, they're complaining because they're making good money, and they got to pay a little more for their health care, maybe a little more than they should have if there wasn't Obamacare. That's what it comes down to, and that's the case for those handful of people all over the place. But at least in theory, it should be based on how much money you made and the cooperation by the state. And these Republican states have been so anti, they're just so like, no, we're just like not going to help out this President Obama. There you go. It was brought about. It was right. It was brought up by the Heritage Foundation way back in Nixon times. So that's the crazy thing, and it's just because this is a liberal Democrat and a black guy who brought it, finally put it together, finally got it through the finish line. So they have to find a way to knock it down. I don't know if it, they will, and they will do that to some degree, but it's just sad that these Republican states from day one never participated in it in very limited on a limited form, and so then all these people in those states kind of hate it, or and that was the reason, that was the purpose, is for them to hate it. Oh, okay. The president's talking. What's he going to say? That he won? Wouldn't be surprised if that's what he's saying. He's never, ever ever proper or polite. The guy's never polite about anything. He's like asshole all the time. I don't know why anyone vote for that guy. I think, as expected, I won. Oh man, I lost my my feed. Where is it? Where is it? All right, let me watch that. Be right back. well, it looks like we're not going to solve anything here tonight. Okay. Hopefully level heads will come to I don't know why you guys voted for this guy. I don't know why anyone would vote for this guy. This guy is nuts. But I'm kind of nuts too, so maybe that's just sort of an American way of doing things. I don't know. Maybe we're just nuts. This is just nuts. All right, it's getting close to my bedtime. It's past my bedtime. It was exciting. I gotta say, it's exciting to see these states turn whatever. But it's literally, it's interesting because the mail-in ballots is a big deal, and it's just not. They're not being officially tabulated with these last states. The other states, I guess it was so heavily one way or the other, and so they were able to make the call. But in these last states, it's crazy. And in Pennsylvania, made the decision not to even start counting the votes. What a smart move that was. So that's really screwed up. And I don't know what's going on in Michigan, but that's a similar problem. I don't know what's going on with Wisconsin. Maybe a similar problem. Well, I think I'm going to sign off. I'm done. I'll finish the map tomorrow. I think the biggest problem, that's right, Mark. We will get through it, but man, it's really hard to deal with it when you just don't have any competence in what's going on there. It feels we're just in this weird spot, and I think, man, I don't know why we can't just stop it. But it looks like it's not going to happen. It looks like he might pull it off again, and we're going to be stuck with this guy again 4 more years. You can be optimistic and all, and think it's going to be all right, and I guess it will be, maybe, but it might not, and I think it might get worse. So I just want to thank all you people out there for your vote. For voting in a madman. I'm clearly a madman. He's a mad. This guy's mad. I'm mad, but you don't vote for me. I mean, I'm sometimes mad, partially mad. Maybe that's him too, but there's something wrong here. All right. Anyway, that's my my theory here. All right. I guess we'll figure this out tomorrow. This map. We'll figure it out. Seems like it's going to be a battle, though. It shouldn't be a battle. It should be as plain as day. A vote is worth one vote, you know. Still a toss-up. Kind of is, but it's not a toss-up. I wish it was a blowout, but then it's just hard to convince these guys. It's hard to convince these guys. You know, these guys are tough, man. They just not gonna budge with their operation. You know, they'll never vote other than what they vote for. What? Biden's gonna speak again? It's like 3 o'clock in the morning. I thought he spoke already. Okay, so we have an update on Arizona. Arizona has been colored in to blue, Biden. So we can at least do that for us here before I sign off. That's an update. There's an update. Good. There you go, Arizona. Good for you, man. Proud of you, man. You did good, Arizona. Well, he did better than he did better than Hillary last time because Hillary didn't get Arizona. He's probably gonna win. He'll probably win Nevada too. Yeah, those three states up there are problematic. They not, he's up by 8, but that's all these mail-in ballots. We don't know what's in Pennsylvania again is going to be a problem. North Carolina, who knows? It says 1 point. It's stuck there. Georgia's stuck. They might, who knows? What if they came through, man? That'd be crazy. I don't know. All right. Well, I'm not going to stick around for the results here. We'll see what happens tomorrow morning. Should I leave the camera on tonight? No, I'm not going to do that. Screw that. Okay, that's it. We'll just that's the end of the show. What's that? There's a bright side? Yeah, that's the bright side. Yeah, we're not at war yet. We're not at war with anybody. That's good. That's the bright side. That is the bright side. And we still have the house. So think about that. If that comes down to it. But it's hard to imagine that you know all those votes, mail-in votes, didn't are not having any kind of what happened to those and those have to be voted and they have to. That would be crazy to think that they would not be voted. That was crazy. All right, username Jack. Thank you for hanging out, and it was fun. I cannot deny that this was fun. I'm a little depressed, but I think that was going to happen anyway because I don't really. I think I would have been super happy if it was just like there was a verdict and it went for Biden. I think that would have been super awesome. I would have been very happy for our nation and all, but I kind of knew deep down that wouldn't be the case, and I think kind of deep down I knew that we were going to be in this situation. So that's where we are. It's really sad. It's sad that it is the case. You would think that 2 + 2 = 4. you know, and right and wrong and all that stuff would be appropriate when it comes to doing things and voting and making sense. And it's just we just don't have that here in this country. That is just not available, apparently, or it's not available in this area. All right. Well, anyway, regardless, it's not over. Even if it is over, it's still not over. We still have to find a way to. Don't burn out your camera. Didn't count. Good, right? I don't know what you mean. Anyway, yeah, I'm gonna turn off everything. We'll see what happens, and I'll finish the map tomorrow, or actually, it might take a week, or it might take many days to figure out what's going on over there. Interesting. All right, I'll sign off. I'll see you guys. We'll check in with you maybe tomorrow. Hey, I do a Reddit show at 11 a.m., so I better get ready for that. I don't know. Maybe I'll finish it off tomorrow. That's what I might do tomorrow. Maybe we'll just hang out and talk politics and stuff tomorrow. That's what I might do tomorrow. How about that? That'll be fun. Okay. And like I said, I don't think there's going to be any more. They'll probably figure out Alaska in Nevada. That's probably going to be resolved. And I don't know. I mean, the other guys, they look like they're going to be some problems in figuring out. All right, I'm gonna sign off. All right, see you guys later.